Got it all taken care of?
Well, now that you have. Call the Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, October 23rd at 9:03. To order, please join me in a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Laputa, would you lead us in the pledge? Thank you. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Villapudua. Supervisor Rickman.
Here.
Supervisor Miller.
Here.
Supervisor Patty.
Yes.
And Chairman Nguyen.
Here. Thank you. Now it's time for recognitions. Clerk of the Board.
Thank you, Chairman. Our first recognition is a proclamation of August 26, 2022 as National Women's Equality Day in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Karen Rickman, President of the GFWC Tracy Women's Club, and her guests, also Vice President and members of the Women's Club, to come up to the podium to receive this proclamation. And the proclamation reads, whereas women in the United States have successfully worked to gain full rights and privileges in both the public and private sector, and whereas Elizabeth Cady Stanton began the women's suffrage movement on July 13, 1848, having poured her heart out over the situation of women during tea. 2 days later, these five called, quote, a convention to discuss the social, civil, and religious condition and rights of women, end quote. And whereas 72 years later in 1920, the 19th Amendment to the Constitution was adopted in the United States, granting the right to vote to women. And whereas over the last century, women such as Rosa Parks, Eleanor Roosevelt demonstrated the great strength of women, while Marie Curie, Rosalind Franklin, and Jane Goodall displayed great intelligence and success. And whereas in 1973, the U.S. Congress designated August 26th as Women's Equality Day, commemorating the 19th Amendment, with this year marking the 102nd anniversary. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim August 26, 2022 as National Women's Equality Day in San Joaquin County, and encourages all of our citizens to reflect upon and celebrate the tremendous accomplishments of women, and show support to all of our residents, presented this 23rd day of August 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you, Clerk. So before I allow the fellow supervisors to make a comment, Karen, would you like to make a presentation?
Sure. Good morning, Chair Nguyen and Board of Supervisors. We would like to thank you for the proclamation for National Women's Equality Day. It is an honor to be recognized during GFWC Tracy's Women's Club 100th year of service. Since its foundation 133 years ago, the General Federation of Women's Club has been a unifying force, bringing together local women clubs from around the country and throughout the world. Although there is considerable diversities in ages, interests, and experiences of GFWC club members, we are all united by dedication to community improvement through volunteer service. We would like to share a few of many contributions GFWC has been a part of. GFWC gave women a voice that changed the world and taught women how to be leaders since 1890. GFC fought for clean food and water. With a letter-writing campaign, the Pure Food and Drug Act of 1906 was passed. The American Library Association credits GFWC with starting approximately 75% of the nation's libraries. GFWC was also part of the Shepard-Towner Labor Act of 1921. This act of Congress provided federal funding for maternity and child care. GFWC was the largest women's club organization at the time that helped change the minds of men all over the country about women's rights. In California, Los Angeles, and San Francisco did not vote for women receiving the right to vote, but through the countryside carried the day that in 1911, women won the right to vote in local and state matters. I wish we had more time to share all of our accomplishments. GFWC Tracy's Women Club is an amazing organization. We appreciate the Board of Supervisors for this proclamation and thank Supervisor Patty for the recognizing GFWC Tracy Women's Club with this honor. Thank you again.
Anyone else? No? Okay. Supervisor Villaputa.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. I just want to say congratulations to your club and thank you for your hard work and your dedication to women's rights. Truly a blessing. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. This proclamation did generate from my office. Is kind of wondering, usually I would come down and do the presentation. Is there a particular reason why I wasn't invited?
No?
Okay, I was just curious because it seemed like a bit of a slight. That I'm really proud that my office, and oftentimes there's a lot of accusations of disparity or unfairness coming from offices or from supervisors to each other. But there is no disparity here. We all equally support women's rights. I'm a father of a daughter. I'm I'm a very proud son of a mother that was a trailblazer in business and set forth a pattern and I think an example for my daughter, just as the history of women and the suffrage movement and the transition as we've gone through in society. We're grateful. And again, I'm proud that my office brought this forward to the attention of San Joaquin County. We can give this recognition, and you were here to receive it. And when we're all done, I'll come down and take a picture with the 5 of you. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for all the good work that your club and your clubs nationwide have done for not only for women's rights, but for our society. We've seen over and over again, women's rights are human rights, and all of the hard work that we have done through the decades has improved all of our residents' lives in this great country. So thank you. Keep up the good work. It's nice to see you here today, and this is an important recognition. Thank you.
I want to add my congratulations certainly for recognition, but more importantly for the achievements that women have accomplished since the beginning of time, not just by clubs, but by virtue of their actions. The other part of it is unfortunately over the years, women have, as you talk about, had a variety of challenges which have been overcome. So congratulations certainly on this recognition, and certainly congratulations and thank you for all that you've done for women and for men, for our entire population. So thank you again. Okay.
Hey, Chair, do you mind if I say something real quick?
Oh, I'm sorry. How could I forget the
Got the Vice Chair. Thank you, the GFWC, for being here today, for you taking time to come out here. I know you're from my district, District 5. You guys have done just an exceptional job, and I've seen firsthand what you have done in the city of Tracy and South County. In fact, this year is your 100th anniversary, if I'm correct, right?
Yes.
So 100 years of fighting for women's rights, as you proclaimed in your as you stated in your speech today, and all that demonstrates the great strength of women. Like Supervisor Patty, all of you, my better half, the better looking half. My wife Karen is here today, and hey, we have 2 daughters, 2 teenage daughters. So women's rights and the equality of women, make sure they're continue to do great things. It's near and dear to me because, hey, I have a house full of women and young daughters that I look out for. So again, thank you all for what you do for not just South County and District 5, but what you have done for the entire San County and your organization has done for the nation. So God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if you would like to come over here, and then Supervisor Patty, if you want to come down for a photo, and Vice Chair Rickman.
I want to be it by myself.
Oh, no. All of you.
Club members.
Proclamation.
Clerk of the board.
Thank you, Chairman. Next.
Before you do that,
Sure. So next we have the recognition of owner-operator Dorothy Rasky-Clare, who has owned and operated the Ranch Coffee Shop for the past 67 years. And I would like to invite Ms. Rasky-Clare and her family to the podium to receive this recognition, which reads, the certificate of recognition is presented to Dorothy Rasky-Clare, owner-operator, Ranch Coffee Shop, in recognition of your 67th anniversary serving San Joaquin County. The longevity of your establishment indicates the significant dedication of the customers and joy your food brings to people. Congratulations and best wishes for your continued success, presented this 23rd day of August 2022. And please feel free to come forward to the podium.
Good morning, Dorothy.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. About the whole family. I love it. Yeah, I'm so happy to honor you. To think since 1955, you've been serving up breakfast and lunch for everyone, and just amazing establishment. It's just amazing. Since 1955, I'm sure you've seen a lot of things. You've met a lot of good people. I still meet Ralph White down there once every 2 or 3 months, and love the breakfast, and I love what you do for our community. Chairman, I'll let you take over from here. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Good morning and thank you. You all look like sisters, so appreciate this family and the hard work and the absolute dedication to service with a great smile, excellent food at a great value, and just being open to the community and welcoming people when they walk in the door. I have had many occasions come on in, have a cup of coffee with Mr. Nassetti or Mr. White and others, and it's always just, you guys are hopping, you're always moving along, it's friendly, it's family, and it's what business is all about. Is community service and engagement and building relationships. And you guys have all established that. So thank you. Really appreciate you. And there's no small accomplishments thing in business through struggles, economic changes, and we know you write those checks and pay those bills every week, and sometimes you may not have any money to take home, but you keep the doors open and you work for better days. So thank you for that, the years of service and dedication. Really appreciate it.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Congratulations. You know, small businesses are not only the backbone of our economy, they're really the backbone of our communities. And you guys are a perfect example of that. Show up every day, hard work, and you provide a really critical component to your neighborhoods, to your community. And if you weren't there, you would be sadly missed. So we're happy to recognize you today, and we look forward to you continuing to run your successful business here in our community. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome. Great to see you all. This is exceptional. 67 years. So congratulations. And I agree with Supervisor Miller. You know, our small businesses are the backbone of our community. And when I was reading this proclamation or certificate of recognition, I mean, I was just thinking how many families that you guys have served, that you've seen, you know, when they were just little kids to, you know, adults now and the families of their own. You have generations of family going to your establishment. And I think that what makes a community. You know, I think back when I was a little kid and you know, going to the local coffee shop, the local markets, and having that great relationship with the owners like yourself. So congratulations, and I'm just honored to be here to witness this anniversary. So God bless you all.
I would add my congratulations, certainly, for your longevity. It's not often that you see businesses that last as long as yours has. Obviously, you're doing something right for people are continuing to come in. I've never been there, but I have a small restaurant in my district called Rich Maid, which has been there. And what strikes me is places like yours and theirs is that there's individuals who have been there for lunch for decades. groups that have come there at least once a week, et cetera, because it's a place where they can get together. They can, share their stories and what's happening in their lives. And that's really, an important part. The food's great, I'm sure, but it's the socialization that really makes it happen. And especially as Supervisor Miller talked about, I know challenges have been great for the last 2 years, but obviously your customers have been loyal to you and you've been able to stay open. And again, I look forward for the next 60 years. Okay. So if all of you come around, get a picture with Supervisor Villaputa. Now we move on to public comment. Now is the time for the public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors are not listed on the agenda, and minutes, appointments, consent calendar, and closed session items. Request that you fill out a comment form if you address the board in person, if you have not already done so. There is a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There is a device on the podium with green, yellow, and red light. Yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not the audience. Comments for the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. First, Melanie Knott.
Good morning, Chairman Nguyen, Board of the Supervisors. I will ask the same question. Do each of you believe that San Joaquin County had a secure election in 2020? Most of you may answer yes, and as a lot of civil servants have, you may be surprised to know that prior to 2020, the 2020 election, those same civil servants had a lot to say about unsecure elections. However, these same civil servants didn't provide any receipts. If our answer to that question remains yes, where are the receipts? A few years ago, there were civil servants who were clamoring and crying about fraud, about the election machines not being safe. And at this point in time, those same cries are being censored and quieted. We can't be silent. We may lose our country. We need to have fair and honest elections. One other thing is, I want to ask you if any of you have heard of Clinton Eugene Curtis. He is someone who had been a computer programmer, and he had actually been in a case where he was asked if it was possible to secretly rig or flip votes with a machine. And he said yes, because he was the first person to program it to do so. And so at this point in time, I would suggest that Clinton Eugene Curtis do some research, find out who this man is and why his program continues to go forth with these machines. What I would say or like to end with is no more machines, no more universal mail-in ballots, require voter ID to ensure eligible legal votes. Let's return to one-day voting, and let's clean up our voter registration. I yield back the rest of my time, and thank you for your time.
Juanita Chavez.
Good morning, Chairman Nguyen and Board of Supervisors. I'm Juanita Chavez. I am a citizen of Stockton, and I come here with my concern about, I worked the polls in June, and some people were concerned that we were not asking ID. And I couldn't tell them why. They would ask me, say, well, I don't know, well, it's not required. But there's no way that we can know whether the person standing in front of us is the same person with that ID. There's no way. And so my question is, how, who makes a decision on this? And I'm addressing election integrity also with this. Who makes a decision and how can this be changed? Because this is addressing accuracy in who comes and how we do this, and also security. And I got involved because I wanted to see, how does this work? What are people saying? People coming up, they're very honest, on their questions. I didn't know how to answer that. Okay, so that's my concern. I thank you.
Thank you. Holly Watkins.
Good morning. The expenditures of the promotional items for community outreach funds from the Register of Voters budget, along with the election technician outreach supervisor position, seems to be a waste of money, considering candidates all spend millions of dollars trying to get people to vote. I feel the money in those accounts could be better spent to confirm citizens that are voting, confirm to our citizens that voting, the process is honest and accurate. In the 2021 recall election alone, research has indicated that we have 94,000 people in our county that voted with incomplete and suspicious issues with their information and eligibility. Such thing as 3,696 voters that are 90 plus, and there are 90 plus people in our county. However, the dates of these people started 1800. 15,948 voters were under 18. 34,203 were possible aliens. 50,811 voters had never ever voted in an election until they voted in the recall election. 7,324 had centralized phone numbers. So they didn't all 7,000 have the same phone numbers, but there's batches of them where 25 or 40 of them will have one phone number. 686 voters used a restaurant as their address. I'm not saying that all these people are illegal, but this is suspicious. Let's spend our money on verifying our roles and not giving out swag to get people to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Clerk of the Board.
Thank you, Chairman. The first comment was submitted anonymously and writes, "It is a complete embarrassment that some of the Board of Supervisors would use their position to recognize Motex Sanchez, knowing that he runs the local scandalous misinformation website. While the action of Motex Sanchez calling someone else to help a veteran is admirable, this is the kind of thing that first-line responders and community-based organizations do regularly without any recognition. For political reasons, Supervisor Patty decided to recognize this known local false news outlet owner, while he has not recognized anyone else for the same efforts. Now, 1 week after Supervisor Patty orchestrates this embarrassing recognition, the Los Angeles Times publishes a comprehensive article detailing the misinformation, political conflict of interest, hypocrisy, and scandalous behavior continually demonstrated by Motek Sanchez. Further, the article details how these politicians that pay Mr. Sanchez for his political consulting get positive advertising on his misinformation news site, while their opponents get blasted with misleading or outwardly false news stories. Clearly, this was another example of political game playing by Supervisor Patty and supported by his 2 loyal supervisor followers. When does Supervisor Patty quit embarrassing this great county with his bullying and unprofessional behavior? It is beyond embarrassing. The next comment was also submitted anonymously and writes, if we are to have secure, safe, honest, unperverted elections going forward, all voting machines, scanners, or copiers must be outlawed. We must go back to paper, hand-counted ballots. Much verifiable, proven information is available to support this fact, to the extent the Netherlands has gone back to a one-day vote, paper hand-counted ballots with security personnel and equipment to verify. It is a system approved by all citizens. Voters should be identified as legal citizens qualified to vote. The next comment was submitted by Grant Cook, who writes, I would like to request the following information related to the June 2022 election in San Joaquin County. When can a third party examine the Hart Civic voting machines? What is the tabulating machine's rate of scanning and tabulating the vote? What is the total cost of the election, staff, ballots, posted machines, etc.? Thank you for providing me this information. Sincerely, Dr. Grant Cook, Jr. And for the record, Chairman, that was forwarded to the ROV's office for a response. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, Kathy Miller's recent tirade during the presentation where one veteran helped another veteran was irrational, inappropriate, and a total failure in decorum. Will she be censured for her outrageous behavior? If not, the board's own ethic rules has lost all legitimacy. The next comment was submitted by Alex Alifarius, who writes, the voting machines need to be banned because they are hackable, as stated by a New York Times article titled, Scientists Test Hack into Electronic Voting Machines in California and Elsewhere, dated July 26, 2007. San Joaquin County needs paper ballots that are hand-counted with no voting machines. Most of all, we need same-day election day voting. The Board of Supervisors need to do the right thing, and this is it. We demand clean elections. The next comment was submitted by Marilyn Hammond, who writes, first, I want to say thank you for setting up an election integrity team. A great beginning. However, I am convinced more intensely every day that to answer our integrity issues, we not only need to clean up the rolls, but get rid of all machines, period. No more machines. Paper ballots, same-day voting, and hand counting. More and more evidence, much of it ignored, is surfacing that machines are manipulative, tampered with, and information landing in places it should never go. One cannot validate all of these things in 250 words, but evidence is there, and I'm growing very weary of hearing from our council deferring this to the state. You were all given a book called The Law of the Lesser Magistrate. Please read it. There are some very real and current examples of counties who have made their own decisions to uphold their communities in integrity while defying state orders. If we have evidence, it needs to be pursued on a county level, which, by the way, the sheriff should be doing. Sheriffs all over the country are taking action in their own community. Skipping our concerns for this county to the state level for investigation is avoidance. They are not interested. I am looking for my county board to stop avoiding and start investigating without dismissal. I am far from alone. The next comment was submitted by Joe Ferrari, who writes, a hand count and only a hand count of the paper ballots we voted on would have prevented a printing press with a barcode smudging issue from becoming the executioner of the integrity of this most recent botched 2022 direct primary election in our county. Please note that a barcode appears to be an essential component of the electronic automated vote counting system used to count all votes in our county during the said election. It is being cited as the reason 100% of ballots needed to be reprinted. What happened to the originals? Did some of them end up in the infamous room B5 nobody is talking about with lost chain of custody? Why does a ballot need a barcode? Ballots have been counted for hundreds of years in the USA without them. Obviously, this barcode was such a big issue that we appear to have been the last county to know who won all of its races. It's embarrassing that France's paper ballot hand counts recently took a day for this answer arrive, and we rely on a computer to mess it up. And even if barcodes were not necessary for the 2022 primary count, this automated system still spit out 17,902 on multiple statewide races. It still counted votes in specific races over 100% of turned-in ballots. How can that be? Our diplomats observing a foreign election call that fraud. Solution, go back to 100% hand count and 130 plus actual precinct locations. The next comment was submitted by Moctezuma Sanchez and writes, I am requesting that Kathy Miller be publicly censured by the Board of Supervisors. Her politically driven and personal vendetta against myself led to personal and slanderous attacks during a board meeting on my character and that of my successful veteran Chicano-owned business. Her erratic behavior not only disrespected myself as an official recipient of a certificate of recognition for helping a fellow veteran in crisis, but she disrespected the public and her board colleagues. Not only did she interrupt an official meeting with her emotional, hate-fueled tirade, but she also falsely accused myself of a crime, such as, quote, stalking, end quote, for asking her a question on a public street as a constituent in my own neighborhood, of which she lives 2 blocks away from me. I have a right to question her not being in her office and walking around in gym clothes during work hours, especially when I am aware of county employees who suffered or died from COVID as a result of being forced to work at the office rather than remotely. No constituent should be publicly accused of a serious crime for making legitimate questions of elected officials, especially when I represent the largest media source in San Joaquin. Kathy's anger for losing the assembly race to my endorsed candidate doesn't justify her falsely accusing me of crimes and maligning fellow supervisors. Her comments and behavior were deplorable and completely unbecoming of an elected official and require an official remedy. Sinceramente, Moctezuma Patrick Sanchez, MPA. The next comment was submitted by Juanita Chavez, who writes, regarding election integrity in June 2022, I worked at the polls. Identification was not required. There's no way we could assure the person standing before us was the same person on the roster. For accuracy and security, I support proof of ID. Who makes this decision? The next comment was submitted by Holly Moore, who writes, good morning. Have you watched 2,000 Mules yet? Why not? There's a new movie out called Selection Code. It goes even deeper into election fraud. Each one of you should be on top of the fraud and know what is happening in every state and county. These movies will help you get up to speed. Counties have been recalling their elections due to fraud. Be prepared to do so no matter what Shirley Weber tries to tell you. She's part of the problem. Why would she tell you the truth? We expect BOS members to be spearheading clean elections in California. Be strong. Educate yourselves. Read the Lesser Magistrate book. Read the Constitutional Sheriff booklet. Watch the movies. Watch Dr. Frank and Seth Keshel's analysis. Dr. Frank will be in Lodi tomorrow, and we want you to attend to educate yourselves. This is a crucial moment in history, and we expect you to know everything about election fraud. All the ways fraud happens, know the ways to stop it, your rights to stop it, and the help that the sheriff can afford you. Begin to plan for success and strength. Step up to the plate and do what is right to stop election interference, which is treason. Thank you. And that concludes our public comments for this morning.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? Seeing none. All right, moving on to the minutes for August 9th, 2022. Modifications, changes by the board? Seeing none, I need a motion and a second.
Move to approve.
Second.
Please vote. And that's adopted 5-0. Appointments and commissions, Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair Nguyen. The item 3.1, approve the appointment of position to various boards and commissions. Building Board of Appeals, alternate member, position number 1700A. And recommend for appointment Donald Brown. Commission on Aging, category at-large representative, position number 2306.4. Recommend for appointment Robert Reinhardt. Lodi Community Center Board, category low-income representative, position number 4502.3. Recommend for appointment Mary Mosso. Thornton Municipal Advisory Council, category member, position number 6401.5. Recommend for appointment Lisa Swinyard. And member, category member, position number 6402.2. I recommend for appointment Shauna Guzman. Workforce Development Board, category apprenticeship labor organization representative, position number 7207. Recommend for appointment Greg Bensalet. And lastly, category at-large business representative, position number 7208.9. Recommend for appointment Les Fong. I'll make that in a form as a motion, Chair.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Please vote. All right, that's adopted 5-0. Moving to consent items. Any member wishing to pull any items off the consent calendar? Vice Chair Rickman? Miller? Vice Patty?
None, Chairman.
Okay, I need a motion and a second.
Move to approve consent.
Please vote. I assume that was 5-0, although it disappeared.
That's correct. It's approved 5-0.
All right, thank you very much. All right, moving to discussion items. Discuss, consider possible action on Children and Youth Task Force proposals for ARPA investments. President Miller.
I'm going to just very quickly introduce the members of the Children and Youth Task Force. This group has been, it's a very large group, very robust. It's business representatives, education representatives, community-based organizations, all entities who have been working for decades with our children in San Joaquin County. And they have been working for over a year to really come together and drive some consensus around some smart investments based on really demonstrable needs of our kids in San Joaquin County. So I'm going to turn it over to Christina Gilbert first to kind of oversee the presentation to the board.
I have several other people stepping up to speak.
That's fine.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Christina Gilbert. I'm the executive director with the San Joaquin Children's Alliance, and I have been a member of the task force since its inception. I'm here today just to make this presentation, as Supervisor Miller indicated. We have been working for over a year, collaboratively examining how ARPA funding can be invested to mitigate the impacts to children and youth and their families across the county. I'm really proud of this work. I'm really proud of the people who have come together. I know that this has been a difficult and challenging time across the board for everyone, and the leaders that are both in this room today and that have participated in this task force have made time again and again to come together and truly examine what the systemic way to approach these things are, these challenges, whether they benefited through their organizations or not. So with that, let's see if I remember.
Ms. Gilbert, I just want to interject one quick bit of information for the board. I think it's also important for us to know that our staff has been just an integral part of this process. We have had our health services director, our human services director, our behavioral health services director, our CAO has on occasion attended. there has been a very robust participation from our staff. So none of these recommendations have been developed in a vacuum. And so I want to make sure that the board knows that. Thank you. Excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely. So in January of 21, I had led the task force through a series of Zoom meetings and phone calls, and that culminated in a presentation that we made to the board that really was around more emergency-based relief, food bank, emergency child care, a lot of that. And we thank this board for responding. We thank you for the investment you made. Then it was most appropriate to step back and let all of the different entities analyze the funding that was coming. And we convened the task force at large in person in September of 21. The task force at large met 4 times, but there was at least 15 small work group meetings. And as Supervisor Miller said, we worked very closely with staff. I took several one-on-one meetings with the CAO's office in addition to the county department heads. There were 3 things that we decided would be the rule for how we brought these proposals for. It had to intersect with COVID impacts. It had to be a good use of one-time funding, and it needed to have lasting impacts. So with that, when we first got together in September, there was actually about 8 proposals that were initially floated, and that we'd spent, again, the next 9 months working through and evolving to see which ones really needed funding. I wanted to make sure that I did tell you, a couple got cut and 2 don't require funding. That really was the goal. So early childhood education, preschool 3 and 4-year-olds were identified as a high need for impacts from COVID, and that many of them we knew weren't coming back to preschool last fall. And we were trying to identify what were the barriers there, what was happening. And it seemed that there was enough collaborative effort going on there, and that there was some great apprenticeship programs to infuse new early childhood education teachers through Delta College that didn't require funding but needed greater connection for internships and needed better connection to the 1,000 Interns Initiative. So we did the footwork to make sure that those connections were stronger, and no funding request is made. And then suicide prevention, obviously this goes without saying, but as that conversation moves its way through, as we worked with BHS on this, we were able to identify that the state actually allocated more funding, and there was great conversations that were had with BHS about how those new contracts might be structured so they could expand their services to include junior high schools, businesses, and houses of worship. So again, no funding requests there. But now I do have 4 requests to bring before you. The first is the Youth Workforce Initiative. As we began analyzing the impacts to youth and always looking at it through the intersection of what was impacting the community at large, there were staffing challenges, mental health challenges, and the challenge to a lot of youth was getting them replugged into their communities, not just their schools, but into those jobs, and how that solved so many issues. The interesting thing was this is a conversation that took quite a long time. Over a period of about 4 months, I must have had at least 4 or 5 meetings on this alone. We have a myriad of great programs. We have apprenticeships that are trying to spin up at COE and in very other places, but none of them are full. And so it seems that one of the larger barriers that we have right now is awareness, marketing, a disconnect in that communication. Most of these programs are word of mouth. It doesn't seem to be a great way to get in touch with the average 15 to 19 or so year old. And there's enormous opportunities if we were able to fund one entity to also remove some of the barriers around recruiting employers who would place these students, these youth involved in this initiative. And workman's comp can be tricky. And so you need an organization that's willing to house the whole situation. So we worked closely with County Office of Education and San Joaquin A+, and had a myriad of different people give input, and this is what we put together. I'd like to invite Kai Kung to the podium from San Joaquin A+. This is the entity that, should the board fund, we would receive this grant. It was our feedback from the CAO's office that whatever was proposed had its own umbrella to oversee it, and that we weren't asking staff to take on more responsibilities. So with each proposal we bring forward, we will also bring the agency that will help oversee.
Appreciate it. My name is Kai Kung. I'm a Chief Operating Officer at San Joaquin A+. We're a local nonprofit that's been operating in the community since as Christina
Would you
alluded
kindly speak closer to the microphone so we can hear you?
Of course. Is that better?
Yeah, the microphone goes up, tilted.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Forgive my inexperience with these
Much better. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So as Christina alluded to, we really feel like we in the county are on the forefront of a movement here, and that movement is better preparing our youth not only for college, but for careers. Right? And I think the way to do that is make sure our youth are not only graduating high school with the academic skills, the knowledge, the credentials they need, but also professional skills, soft skills, work experience, to give them a leg up and better prepare them for family-sustaining careers here, hopefully in the county. So, that's what this initiative is about. When we talk to, the various programs, the people that are running these programs for youth in the county, they point to those barriers that Christina alluded to in that first slide. And, the funding proposal that we have before you all today seeks to solve that. I think, number one, we have to make sure that the programs that get developed are actually done in the service of students, meet their needs, have their needs and challenges at the forefront, right? That's number one. Where we do have good programs, and we have a lot of good programs already existing, more on the way, we have to make sure that the community is aware of them, right? And so the proposal that you see here is targeted towards that, right? It's really about conducting focus groups, workshops with the community, with youth, to really understand what it is that they need so that we can better prepare them through these programs for a career. So, with that, concluding my time today, I'm just going to read a comment from our CEO, Don Shelby, just around this concept and topic. So we are in the midst of an economic revolution. Rapid advances in technology are changing the way we live and work. Automation will soon displace in excess of 2.5 million workers per year. While many jobs are going away, others, many of them good jobs that provide an opportunity for well-paid and fulfilling careers, are still plentiful. Our education system has struggled to adapt to this new world, and there is much the county can do to address the problem. There is a mismatch between the skills and experiences required to succeed in these good jobs and the capabilities we are developing in our students. Preparing students to succeed in a rapidly changing economy will require moving beyond the traditional educational construct of study, then work, to a study and work career-connected learning approach that combines classroom instruction with a relevant real-world experience. Many current programs that expose youth to real-world experience are not full, and we need new pathways that combine classroom learning with meaningful on-the-job work experiences. Well-designed career-connected learning programs across the county are generating great outcomes for students and employers alike. In San Joaquin County, there are growing efforts by our County Office of Education, school districts, nonprofits, and employers to expand and launch new early college high schools and apprenticeship programs that embody career-connected learning. To build awareness of these promising programs in the county and to ensure that student and employer feedback are at the heart of the design of them, we are seeking funding for an awareness campaign. Thank you.
So in closing on this proposal, this is obviously a COVID impact, and that we've seen the impacts of youth being isolated and the impacts of the pandemic on them. This initiative really intersects in that way. It also provides the connective tissue to make all of these isolated efforts more collaborative, and therefore meeting that last requirement of having lasting impact. I believe that it really amplifies the work at whole. So instead of us asking for a program, we're coming and asking that we make all of our programs more successful, more relevant, and have lasting impact on the youth workforce in this community. Thanks, Kai.
Thank you.
Next, the Community Grant Fund. So the Community Grant Fund was actually born of lots of smaller meetings with grassroots organizations and with community leaders, local community leaders. And really what we heard when we started having these meetings was how grassroots organizations really dug deep, especially in that initial year of the pandemic, trying to meet the needs of neighbors and of those they serve. Not the large organizations but the small ones throughout your communities, neighbor to neighbor, making sure the senior citizens that were a part of their organization were cared for, and how they really bore that burden, quite honestly, in and of themselves. And as we analyzed ongoing, I know that we're expecting in various degrees to be exiting the pandemic. There is a low level depression and anxiety that persists. And most of those people don't need to have any kind of mental health. What they need is connectedness. They need to be connected back to their communities. They need to be connected back to their houses of worship, to their neighbors, so on and so forth. So the group as a whole, and again, the entire task force signed off on all of these, felt that a community grant fund would appropriately get at the heart of those low-lying issues The goal is to support community-designed events that promote solidarity, healing, and highlight local resources for pandemic recovery to under-resourced and marginalized communities in San Joaquin County. While that would be the focus, it does not mean that other organizations could not apply. We've considered that we would potentially weight those applications to ensure under-resourced communities are gaining that access first. Organizations can apply for up to $3,000, which would allow us to serve 150 different groups around the county. It is open to any organization, even if they're not a 501c3, as long as they have a fiscal agent that would act as their 501c3. The application is very straightforward, and what we would require, though, is that they would highlight local resources available, including, but not limited to, 211. This is important for a myriad of reasons, but we want to make sure that this also has the opportunity to leverage resources as we do or do not enter a recession. These actually have the ability to connect the community to any resources needed, but it does, again, get at the heart of those lasting impacts from the pandemic. So with that, I'd like to invite Louis Ponick up to the podium from the Community Foundation of San Joaquin. They're the organization that is willing to partner with us in the execution of this grant or funding proposal.
Thank you. All right, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Supervisor Nguyen, fellow supervisors, I wanted to thank you for this opportunity. These are some of the best funds to give out and the hardest funds to secure. So we're very excited about this opportunity. This program aligns with the strategic framework of the Community Foundation, which is to advance partnerships, mobilizing resources to go to the most marginalized in our community, and to see those resources go to those closest to the solution. Just as a grant administrator, that is our role here at the Community Foundation. We manage about $33 million. And this year alone, we've given out about $1.3 million in grants here to local nonprofits. So we have a grant software system. We're very networked and connected with our local CBOs. We have about 300 organizations that are in our database. So we feel very confident that we can promote this grant opportunity throughout the county and work with organizations or those interested in applying to receive the grants. Also just wanted to highlight that we do other regranting programs for other organizations here in the community too. Also to highlight in 2020 and 2021, we also granted out about $5 million to local nonprofits as well. Much of that was COVID related as well. And as Christina spoke about, these types of grants, I think, can have a very good impact on connecting both communities to resources, but also just bringing people together, especially during this time when we're coming out of COVID, hopefully. This is a very critical grant to helping just uplift the spirits of our local communities and our citizens as well. We just actually closed one of our grant programs called a Community Health Fund Grant Program, where we grant out about $150,000 to that program. We had 57 requests, totaling over $1.5 million in funding requests for health-related efforts. Much of that was for mental health related. We actually received the most requests we've ever had from small grassroots organizations seeking funding for things very similar to this, just to help uplift their community and bring folks together. So we thank you for this opportunity. We do think we can get this out, and it is very much needed, and it would be wonderful for us to be able to do this for the community. Thank you.
Supervisor Petty, you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to ask questions when we're all done, but as we're going through, as I'm thinking to engage. So correct me, what was the number you said that you guys annually go through, the $50-something million or something you oversee? What was that?
We, as a foundation, we manage about $33 million in assets. Almost entirely, those are restricted funds for specific projects and causes.
So if somebody were to get $3,000, what would they do? Like a barbecue to make people feel good? Or what would be the uplifting, promote solidarity and healing and highlight local resources for pandemic recovery and under-resourced and marginalized communities in San Joaquin County? We have community centers. You've got the millions of dollars that go through you, what would the additional $3,000 do?
Yeah. Do you want? Okay.
The feedback from the community at large was that the funding helps pay for food, helps pay for some entertainment, helps pay for the marketing or the flyer to send out. $3,000 is not a large sum of money.
Well, exactly. I mean, we've got food pantries, which obviously give a lot of food on a weekly basis.
I apologize, Supervisor Patty.
Yeah.
If you're going to throw an event, we want to bring them around something. Maybe it's a bounce house and ice cream. There's an organization in Stockton called Balloons Over Bullets, and they literally buy school supplies and like 10,000 water balloons, and they go into different neighborhoods announcing ahead of time by producing flyers, and then all the children in the neighborhood come down with their parents. The school district has come out, 211 can come out, all of these things, and that's useful and impactful, and that they might not know that 211 exists. They might have not connected to their school. As we know that schools are reporting, there's still students not reported back to school since the pandemic. This $3,000 is really just a minimal boost that helps pay for food, a little bit of entertainment, a giveaway, things that entice people to come out and help reconnect them to the community. From the community, I would tell you they see this as very valuable.
Interesting. It's just $3,000 have that kind of impact. That'd be phenomenal, really. But it just seems like so little. Why ask for so little? I don't know what our limits are. I mean, if I was going to have an impact, I'd be asking for $50,000 or $100,000 per organization to have more than just a water balloon gathering or something that you do one time where you're bringing people out. It seems like you need repetitive. I think isn't it? After 30 days of doing something, you establish a new pattern, a new habit. So why would we do just $3,000? Why don't we go for like 30 days of $3,000 of expenditure to have an impact? Because we want to have a new habit. If somebody, which I've seen children that are not wearing, that they just won't take off a mask. They're 10, 12, 14 years old, and they won't take off the mask. So if we want to engage them and they can eat ice cream and take a mask off in public, we would want to do that 30 days in a row, so that we have a new habit, a new pattern that they could see community support and engagement. So I'm just wondering why we're aiming so low if we want to have that kind of impact.
We can tweak this proposal again. This is to come before you for your feedback and, sense the will of the board. We could serve 75 groups, or we could say we want to target 50 groups. We'd be geographically sensitive, making sure that it is actually spread throughout. The more groups we drop down to, it just means that there is less people we might touch, but we could increase the amount that we provide in order to require that they provide multiple.
Yeah, I would look at it like, what would be a 30-day sustained level of activity so we get new habits for the people you're trying to reach. And, we've got tens of millions of dollars to give out, so I'm sure you guys would be fantastic in managing that for us, because you guys know what to do here. Clearly, it's it's highlighted here what you'll be able to accomplish.
Yeah, and I'll just add on to what Christina was saying. So I believe this is a community coming to us designed, saying this is how they would see using these funds. A lot of these organizations are going to be very small grassroots organizations that are volunteer-led, and they're really looking for $3,000. We have quite a few requests coming to us for grants of this size. I'd love to give out more, have a bigger impact. I think this ask, as my understanding, is to really help support those small grassroots organizations, some who may not even have their own 501c3, to really focus in the community where they serve and where they live as these one-off events, and to connect them to certain resources. But we can certainly, happy to revisit.
Yeah, I'm just curious, because we want to have the biggest impact with the dollars we have available. And I don't know how you would measure success if you go into a small group it's not even a 501c3, but yet we're going to give them $3,000 to have an impact. What kind of impact? I don't know. How would we measure that? But if we have a sustained program, 30 days of impact, and we were able to utilize perhaps some extra dollars, that's what we want to see, right? I would think. So just questions. I wanted to see where we come up with the 3,000 and such. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Quick question. What's the timeline that you foresee for expending these funds?
Yes. We have that in the grant.
So what we assumed we would do is we would roll it out in at least 2 phases, and if there was funding left over, there would be a 3rd phase. As soon as the funding is provided, we would be able to pull the trigger. If we weren't expending all of the funding immediately, if not enough people applied, 6 months down the road, we would do a 2nd phase. All of the applicants are told they have to expend that funding within a year. Now, I think that could be trimmed down. I think it's more appropriate to say 6 months. I don't think you're going to have a problem with that. People are going to expend it, but we're trying to make sure we're being sensitive to ARPA deadlines. And so initially, that was what was set forward.
Right. So if the board likes this concept but wanted to make it perhaps more impactful,
yes,
I'm guessing maybe one of the ways to do this would be to have tiers of grants where one tier would be up to $3,000 for a single event. It could be up to $10,000 for a series of community events. And then maybe for some of the larger organizations, you could do larger grants, keeping in mind that the ARPA funds do have to be expended within a certain timeline. So you see that this is something that if the board wanted to make this, they like the concept, but wanted to make it more impactful, this concept could be expanded. It would be obviously a larger financial ask, right, but it could be broken out into some logical components so that it could reach more people.
Absolutely, and that's exciting feedback. I'm always willing to come with a bigger, more impactful ask, and we can retool this and bring it back as well.
Great, and we appreciate you coming forward, at least I do. We appreciate you coming forward with very realistic and frankly rather modest requests for things that would have a lot of impact. So it gives us a good kind of framework, a basis that we can expand on. So thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning.
Good morning.
Just a few questions. I was looking at what the county and state spends in children program for fiscal year 2021. I know the county, we already spend a little over $36 million, and then you bring in the state and federal funding of $336 million. So between state, federal, and county, we spend approximately $400 million a year on these types of programs, which is great, and we need them. However, are you proposing programs that address unmet needs? Is that what we're talking about today?
So the vast majority of the funding you're referring to does not fund a lot of the programs that I've brought before you, either through the task force or even today.
Okay,
the vast majority of those are.
Okay, hold on one second. With that being said, then why hasn't the state not required or funded programs to meet these needs?
I don't know that the state is required to, quote unquote, meet all the needs. We, as the Alliance, a lot of my advocacy through the years has been, so in the very beginning when we started coming to the board in 2016, we did a fiscal analysis of the budget, of what the county spent. And the vast majority of it is pass-through funds, and less than 1% of it is on preventative programming. So the proposals that are brought before you are really in alignment with that overall goal, is that the county would invest upstream. So, for example, the Community Grant Fund is an upstream investment in mental health that prevents people from needing to use the funds that are provided by the state through BHS.
So what you're discussing, some of the programs that you're bringing forth, are these unmet needs that we don't have programs for currently?
The Community Grant Fund is, yes. The Youth Workforce, yes. We do not have any organization acting as the connective tissue. These are things that are amplifiers, that are impacts from COVID, and are a good use of one-time monies.
And then on the Youth Workforce Initiative, so we're going to spend $500,000 on a marketing plan, and then of that $500,000, please correct me if I'm wrong, $120,000 of it goes to one person for. So somebody's going to be getting paid a salary of $120,000 out of that $500,000.
thus fully loaded, and provides for all the oversight required and any hard costs required for that person. That only provides that person for the 1 year, and then San Joaquin A Plus is responsible to find and secure the funding to sustain that. This is a vote of confidence on San Joaquin A Plus that they're poised to become a stronger collaborative partner within the community, and that this is really just seed money. Millions of dollars that are being applied for and poured through, and a lot of time was spent analyzing where are the shortfalls, that we have so many programs that aren't full and so many kids who aren't working, that we could shore that up. I could come and ask for monies for more programs or different programs, but we're coming and asking for monies to make sure that we're connecting our children in meaningful ways to work programs that already exist. That's very valuable.
And, and you mentioned like seed money, and which is great. Hey, I'm all for helping out, but it seems like what we do, we get programs, then it's no longer, it just revolves. It becomes an annual expenditure from the county, whatever. So when does seed become a permanent program?
Well, again, it's not a program. The programs are already funded and they're not full. It may be. So we're leaving money on the table, we're leaving opportunity on the table, we're leaving experience on the table. This is, and even, let's say it fell flat, which I don't anticipate. San Joaquin A Plus is a phenomenal organization doing great work all across this county. They are expanding and opening so many great opportunities that I find them to be, we chose them on purpose because they are, like the Community Foundation, already doing this work. But this money allows them to work with more partners and to reach more students. And let's say that's all it was. What if it filled every program to full and raised the general awareness for every, say for 60% of the students that we're targeting in this? $500,000 well spent in my book, in that our programs aren't being utilized now. We're wasting millions of dollars that are coming into the community now. This helps an organization that could solve that problem.
What programs aren't being utilized in? If we're spending $400 million a year, I mean, so
I'm not sure that money is necessarily always in that same pot. That's a pretty big catch-all. These are all the programs.
I can show you
sure,
what we have here. But what I'm saying is, and I mentioned in the past, is that, hey, I'm all for programs, and those of you who are seeing me, even prior to being on this board, for our youth. I mean, I think our youth are, we have to take care of, make sure there are programs available, mental health, and so on. But I want to make sure that if we're giving money, that these monies are going toward our youth, not some overhead or to some entity in which they're getting, say $500,000 and a quarter of it is going toward salary, which don't even touch our youth. And that's always a concern of mine, and that's why I have been a stickler when it comes to start auditing some of these programs and different entities that we keep on giving money to, because if we're having issues in certain areas and we're spending tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars and things we're not seeing an improvement. I'm not saying that this program specifically, but then, maybe it's time to look elsewhere where we can put funding into a different program or to a different entity so we can get our, what was, promised to the county, for example, or mental health or whatever it may be.
May I respond to that for you?
Yes, please.
So these programs that you see before you intersect with with COVID impacts. Obviously, they couldn't have students in initially through the pandemic. That decimates their ability to continue recruiting when the vast majority of it's done through word of mouth. So that's a number one goal of that marketing, which is $350,000. Marketing is expensive. We know this. And we're only asking for $350,000 to make sure that we're connecting with our primary audience again, who's been isolated and separated from the only source of marketing, which was word of mouth. Secondarily, working with San Joaquin A Plus is actually the most forward-thinking thing we could do. San Joaquin A Plus is structured around that career-connected learning that Kai had mentioned. And when he talks about that, they have worked with several school districts already and plans to work with more of embedding those schools and those workforce opportunities right on their campuses. So I agree with you entirely. COE is moving towards apprenticeships. There's funding that's coming from the state, but there is no funding for marketing. When I spent like 5 months, and I have to tell you, of the proposals we brought forward, this was one of the murkier ones I had to engage in, and that everything's very isolated. There's very little collaboration. The workforce ecosystem, as you might refer to it, around San Joaquin County, specifically around the youth workforce initiatives, are very isolated. They don't work as collaboratively as they could. And San Joaquin A+ is and continues to be poised to be the leader that amplifies all that work.
All right. And lastly, these programs, sitting up here looking at San Joaquin County as a whole, I mean, that's our ultimate goal, make sure all our kids here in San Joaquin County are taken care of. But it always appears that, kids in South County or North or East outside of Stockton get the short end of the stick. I mean, with the funds. I mean, you've seen me trying to fight for services, mental health services for South County. So how are you going to guarantee that when we're started giving funds that everybody's treated equally? That there are going to be services for folks or kids and families in South or North County, because not everybody can get in a car.
Right.
And you're a parent, you're not going to probably allow your 13-year-old daughter or son to hop on a bus to come, drive 30, 40 minutes away. So how are you going to guarantee that there's going to be funding for our children and families in South or North County?
Absolutely. So as you can see on the list, you'll see Hire Me First Tracy. And I made sure I went down and sat with the chamber and sat with those who work and oversee. And
I've been involved in that probably forever. So I understand that. That's a very great program.
Exactly. So I've made sure to reach out to organizations in South County to make sure they were aware and listed here. And as I've worked with San Joaquin A+ to talk about which marketing strategies would be most effective, they're employing a couple of different ideas. One is geofencing, and where we would geofence the high schools so that the high schools in Tracy too would be. And as students come and go in those areas, their phones would receive the ads and the marketing through TikTok or whatever else they're on, letting them know of the programs that are available to them. So we very specifically have attacked this to make sure that this is not a Stockton-centric issue. And it's another reason we chose San Joaquin A+, because they don't work just in Stockton. They work with Lodi Unified, they work with Linden Unified, and I know they're eager to work with others, so maybe we can facilitate introductions to Tracy Unified if that doesn't exist.
No, that would be great. And, and that's all the questions I have. So I want to, thank you. I hope I didn't ask you too hard of questions, or, just like I said, if I'm going to give out money, and youth is my passion, I mean, hey, you look at item number 6, or community centers, it's something I push, and I think that's for our youth and family. But at the end, and you look at government, I mean, look at state, and look at government in every stage, it seems when you give money, and it gets into a pot and nobody knows where this pot goes, or the pot goes to places where it shouldn't go. I want to make sure if we're going to be spending money, our tax dollars, our taxpayers' money that people work hard for, that these dollars are going to where we're saying they're going to go to our kids, to our youth, to our families, not to make a bigger bureaucratic system that makes things even harder to get things done. And that includes salaries, large salaries for people to run these programs. I do have, hey, I know people got to get paid, but again, if we're going to put funding, these fundings should be going to our kids and families first. So with that being said, thank you very much for your time.
Well, and I thank you as a taxpayer in San Joaquin County.
Supervisor Villepudua.
Thank you, Chairman. First thing, I just want to say that I know you do an incredible job and you care about our children in our county. So, when you ask for money, I always want to give you what you're asking for and more. So I know you and your staff are amazing. So just keep up with the work. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
I have let me see if I understand this whole presentation, all right?
I'm not actually done. Do you want me to finish?
No, I understand.
Okay.
I'm just talking about the overview because there's a lot of comments and questions here. I've had the opportunity when I haven't had schedule conflicts to attend some of your meetings, and I've really appreciated, the collaboration that you've brought by the various organizations. And I know certainly by Supervisor Miller board letter, all the details that she put in regards to the efforts to bring this presentation to the board. So what I see and what I've heard and experienced is you have brought together a number of organizations of experts who are actually in the trenches doing it on a daily basis, and you're coming forward with a recommendation on what you found based upon the input and from the public, not just these organizations, as to what you would like to see in regards to addressing some of these holes in the system, so to speak, funding holes in the system. And so one of the things that I appreciate, and we've met, and I know you've met with all the other supervisors, but I appreciate not just your passion, but your understanding of the processes. So one of the things that we're talking about is, one, first of all, it's ARPA funds, which means it's going to be gone, so whatever we spend is just a one-time shot. So we have to be very careful that we target those opportunities that may be available with additional funding. The community grant program you're talking about, irrespective of the 3,000, which I'm assuming that that's based upon a number that your group has recommended based upon their experiences and what they need. But when you talk in your earlier part of your presentation, you talked about some of these programs are not full. And part of the reason they're not full is because people aren't aware they exist. And so this community grant program is really a marketing tool to attract those who would be participating to be aware of what's available to them that otherwise has escaped, their world, so to speak. So each component that, and I know there's more, I get it. So what I think I've heard so far, and I expect obviously to continue on, is that your group, all the participants in the meetings and et cetera, and the discussions that you've had at all levels throughout the county, is to provide a method by which sometimes the lack of funds has been disadvantaging those programs because of the lack of awareness, the lack of ability to make them visible to their communities, et cetera. So again, and to Vice Chair Rickman's comment, I would agree with him from the standpoint that, I would like to see, if we're going to expend those monies, to establish a baseline, which I think you've done with your recommendations in the future. But more importantly, as Supervisor Miller talks about, if after we begin this process, if we approve, as we find that there's an additional need, maybe an expansion of those funds because it just takes off and the funds are expended almost immediately, then there's an opportunity to, based upon the performance, to come back to this board and say, we need some additional funds because it was such a great program and a great marketing tool, et cetera. I'm reluctant to go overboard in regards to the beginning because, you can overfund and then end up with an excess as opposed to underfund and then increase it based upon performance. So I'm not trying to be, I want to say cheap on this, but on the other side, I think that any time that we allocate funds, certainly based upon the recommendations you're providing here this morning, should be taken seriously because I know Supervisor Miller has been heavily involved, so I certainly appreciate your expertise. But for the rest of us, we're just kind of taking your presentation and moving forward to get you at least that jump start. And then if it, like I say, whatever area that we talk about, whether it be workforce or thing, and there's a whole bunch of other issues involved other than just training, et cetera. You're aware of that. So all I'm saying is that I appreciate your willingness and all the group to come forward, but you're the experts. You're telling us this is what you need, and it's up to us to then provide that based upon your presentation and certainly the support of all those that are with you. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. And if we could move on, because
absolutely. So the Neglected Children's Fund is actually a two-pronged ask. The first is a $100,000 ask to fund it's actually called the Neglected Children's Fund. It's housed at HSA, and it was started in 1971 by social workers who worked there, and it's funded every year by fundraisers that the staff does. bake sales, raffle baskets, in order to pay for the extras that federal funding doesn't cover. So this includes sports and arts and camps for foster children who otherwise would not have the opportunity to be a part of these extracurriculars. It's during the pandemic, I know that no fundraisers took place. I'm aware that a few donations were made. For the most current information, I believe Woods had planned to be here. He's here, so if you have any further questions on that, but wholeheartedly the task force would like to see this fund lifted off of the shoulders of social workers doing the frontline work so that many, many, many yeses can be given to children who are most likely some of the hardest impacted by the pandemic. And then the second is in the same arena. For foster kids, a CASA is a completely trajectory changing opportunity. I'm sure that you've heard about CASA over and over again. I won't belabor the point. But just to know that CASA is one of those funding opportunities that massively increases the chances that a child will graduate from high school, that child will not become, that a young lady may not become pregnant, that having that one caring adult really does change the trajectory of a foster child. And this is $30,000 to kind of reinvigorate the CASA program in that, of course, like everything else during the pandemic, recruiting was almost impossible. And there are still many children in this community who need a CASA. So this provides them the opportunity really just to do some events, to draw them back together, to work hard with community organizations to recruit more CASAs so that we can provide more for some of our, for more foster children across the county. I would like to invite Jamie Alexander from Child Abuse Prevention Council. She oversees this program. Just to give you a little bit of information, again, I know you've all many times, but still, I just like hearing her say it.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. And I'm probably going to repeat what you have heard from me several times in many of our meetings about CASA. There are the glaring statistics of youth in foster care. Less than 50% will graduate from high school. 1 in 5 will become homeless by the age of 18, and only 50% are employed by age 24. And all of that are pipelines into these ongoing issues that we have with our adults on the streets, homelessness, drug abuse, just all of that. So what our goal is, we want to be a little bit more preventative with our youth up front. And we have shown that the CASA program focuses on all of these risk factors and building life-changing relationships with youth in foster care. Our CASAs make it a focus to help keep kids in school. So we have better rates of youth graduating high school when they have a one-on-one advocate in their corner helping them stay focused. Many of our CASAs also have educational rights of our youth and follow them through years of changes, of changing schools, changing social workers, and changing placements. So our CASAs have their educational rights and stand by them and make sure that they are getting the services that they need and deserve to be able to successfully graduate high school. Our CASAs also help our youth get into college by helping them fill out applications and taking them on college tours, which is a huge deficit for youth in foster care. They typically do not have that one-on-one person pushing them to keep them going through education, and sometimes they just need that bump of that caring adult, and our CASAs take them on college tours. Our staff set up college tours and take a lot of the youth on college tours ourselves. They also focus on permanency. That's one of the main focuses of CASAs, is focusing on permanency for youth in foster care, and that includes family finding, which I've talked with many of you about finding that one caring family member or adult in the youth's lives to become their person, so that when they age out of foster care, they do have a place to go. Instead of becoming on the street and homeless or wondering where they're going to go, they have somebody who can help them. And if that youth goes to college, where are they going to go on summer breaks and holidays? Because they don't have family. We connect them with somebody who becomes their person to come to. And a lot of times it ends up being their CASA themselves that stay with them once they move out of foster care and become dependent. Many times our CASA becomes their person. So that's life altering right there. And also CASAs give them experiences, and that's some of what this funding goes to. Our CASAs give foster youth experiences that many of us take for granted, and I know you've heard me say this before. Our family outings with our own families and our kids of going to the snow, going to the beach, going to the zoo, many youth in foster care never, ever get those experiences. They do not put their feet in snow living here. They do not get to a beach. It's just not lined up for them in the cards when they're trying to just survive day to day in foster care. And so a lot of that is not funding that is available. So we do grants, we do donations, anything that we can do to provide those extra little pushes to allow some of that funding for the youth and their CASAs to have those first time and one time experiences. Sports, clubs, music class, we even were able to get a donation to pay for a youth who needed I can't say it right, let's say horse therapy. And it was life-changing for that kid, but that is not money that exists without us seeking that out. And that is something that we did. So many times the cost behind many of those experiences lack the ability for them to have them. So with the Neglected Children's Fund, CASAs have more of an opportunity to make even bigger of a difference. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. The words you've all been waiting for. Finally, 211. 211, honestly, in my personal opinion, this was probably the easiest ask to bring before. And again, fully endorsed by the entire board. 211 serves this community at large by not only connecting residents to resources, I know you know, but it's also partnered in emergency situations and has proven to be a very valuable partner through the pandemic. And I believe you know a little bit about this, but I wanted to reinforce this. And so I asked the Executive Director, Peter Ragsdale from the Housing Authority, if he could come up and just briefly highlight the way that the Housing Authority partnered with 211 during the pandemic and the benefits that that was for his residents.
Good morning, Chair Nguyen. Good morning, Supervisors. So nice to see you this morning. And not surprisingly, I'm here to talk about housing and homelessness. And, you know, I certainly understand the county has been, you know, a tremendous partner in this work. But actually, given some of the conversation this morning, I'm coming with good news. That you know, as part of ARPA, 70,000 housing vouchers were released nationally to support housing the homeless. 17,000 of those came to California, not surprisingly, and 232 came to San Joaquin County. 211 was an integral partner through our coordinated entry to get outreach into the community to get those vouchers utilized. At full utilization, that's just about $2.7 million a year in keeping people permanently housed. At this point, the Housing Authority has leased up 50% of our vouchers. That's 116 households. And that represents 335 individuals that have been placed into housing. 50% of those units, 50% of those households are households with children. So the reality is that we spend a tremendous amount of time where so many of the families that work with organizations that are here today, you know, to come and make the request for funding. I would like to point out that much of that leverages funding that's available, that those services are meaningful, and that while housing is integral to get people on a positive trajectory in their lives, I think after we work on that, you know, educational outcomes, economic mobility, all of those things are critical. So many of the partnerships that have helped make us successful are people and organizations in this room. So 211 essentially that front-facing organization essentially gave the Housing Authority 1,157 referrals for 232 vouchers. You know, we can't gear up to do that. But the bottom line is our leasing percentage in San Joaquin County is at 50%. Nationally, they're about 42%. In California, we're about 35%. So we've been effective because they're effective. So I appreciate your time this morning, but I just want to, as so much energy and is at this chamber and many others in our county are talking about leveraging resources for the homeless, this is an opportunity where it really worked. Thank you, Peter.
As Tiffany Pobasai from 211 comes to the podium to share a little bit about what this funding proposal would entail, I want to highlight that 211 is a scrappy little organization that's done a lot with very little. And this funding really does present an opportunity to shore up some of the, I would say, weaker points places where they would be able to go out and strengthen connections to businesses and to schools, making sure they're aware of 211, to go out and work with community organizations that aren't engaging 211 effectively and don't update their information enough. That's a stronger 211 is stronger organizations across the county, period. Additionally, 988 has come online, or is coming online, forgive me, it's one of those. And as we continue to utilize numbers like that, 211 needs to have a more robust marketing campaign to establish what 211 is, or they're going to start fielding mixed calls on a lot of these areas. And so the timing on this really is important, and that it does allow them to become even stronger and a better partner in the community and have a stronger marketing campaign across the county. Go ahead, Tiffany.
Good morning, Chair Nguyen. Good morning, Supervisors. So the 211 funding proposal is really, like Christina said, to expand marketing and community outreach in order to really amplify the impact of the services that is offered in 211. This will allow the funding grant proposal would really allow for 2 additional FTEs for 2 years to provide outreach to community-based organizations to ensure accurate information in our 211 database. Ambassador trainings would be offered to community-based organizations, businesses, and schools so that they are really aware of what is available via 211 and care coordination to increase coordination of services. Outreach and advertising, billboards through SJC, through the county to advertise 211, digital and paid media advertising to include the promotion of a newly developed mobile app. Earlier, we talked about, the youth initiative. Many youths are on social media. Many rely on applications through smart phones. And so developing of a 211 application would allow more engagement with youth and young adults. Professional services is not limited, but includes AIR certifications. The additional funding allows our 211 employees to fully be AIR certified by the state, and which allows our 211 organization to become accredited by the state of California. It also includes memberships to the Alliance of Information and Reliance System, as well as the California Child Care Resource and Referral Network membership. This will also increase communication towards the technology platforms that we currently use. iCarol hosts all of our 3,000 plus resources. 5.9 is the telephony system that we use. The language line allows us to do 3-way calling with over 200 different languages live over the phones. Frontier, which handles all of our satellite cell phone towers. And then also the funding allows for 2 cell phones and 2 additional laptops for the 2 FTEs that we would be able to hire on. The expanded funding will allow us to reach all constituents to inform them of the free and confidential services that 211 has to offer. It would also reach the most vulnerable and the most impacted communities. Just a little bit of a data from January 1st, 2022 to July 30th, 2022, we have handled over 38,000 calls. With our existing 6 FTEs, we're averaging 5,000 calls per month. With being able to handle that amount of calls, we just don't have the staffing to be able to go out in the community and do the expanded outreach recruitment and outreach efforts. And so this expanded grant proposal would really allow 211 to do so. Thank you for your time.
Our funding proposals. I'm happy to take any additional questions.
Any questions? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Question, 211 currently right now, where do they get their funding to handle the calls that they, and the volume and the operation? And thanks for sharing those numbers. It's very important to know the levels of engagement in the services.
Definitely. So right now we have different types of funding streamlined. We are funded by Human Services Agency. We have grants from Kaiser Permanente North and Central Kaiser. We also have Sunlight Foundation. We also receive, for a couple of years, we also received some small grant from the Community Foundation. We currently also have...
there may be a litany of 20 of them, and that's fine. So you mentioned HSA. I know through the chair, I'd like to call down our Director Woods. What percentages are from, is it everybody gives $10,000 annually, or there's a large majority comes from state or county resources? Do you know?
It is a different amount from each funding streamline. So we have 100,000+ from HSA. We have 50,000 from one Kaiser contract, and then we have another 200,000 from another contract. And it is many of these contracts we have to reapply every year. So sometimes sustainability, is a concern for us because we don't know if we would be approved for the renewal the following year. And so there is quite a bit of contracts that we work through every year.
Usually there's a belief that once a project starts and it's funded, it rarely ever disappears. So have you ever been rejected on the reapplication?
Fortunately for us, we haven't, because we have been able to really show our funders and our stakeholders the data, the robust data that we have been able to collect from our 211 system in the last 6 months. In 2021, because of the coronavirus pandemic, we took over 160,000 calls. So the highlights, the stories, the different, highlights and success from different callers. The needs, the services that we have been able to provide.
I believe you. 100,000 calls means that you guys are very active. I appreciate that. So through the chair, Director Woods, when it comes to programs like 211, is there state pass-through dollars that go through your department or through the state from us to you or you to us for approval? And when we see a $2 million asked for expansion, is there funding in HSA to accentuate and enhance what is currently going on with our 211 system?
Supervisor Patty, through the chair, and good morning, board members. The funding that we provide to 211, and we've done that since the inception, actually HSA was the original funder of 211, is we're using CalWorks dollars. Those dollars are not directly provided to HSA for this type of activity, but we see it benefiting the low-income individuals in the community, and saw it as being an important asset to the community to support our CalWorks clients. So it's not a standard that other counties fund 211 with CalWorks dollars, but that's something we've chosen to do here in San Joaquin.
Is there additional dollars in any of those funds, like a $2 million ask for a one-time boost, and then what happens with those salaries and the people that are hired because of the call volume and the demand, which is exceptionally validated and justifiable. But let's say we do this hiring the FTEs, 2, I believe you said, and we're doing more marketing to get even more calls, which we're already getting a lot of robust calls. What do we do after the $2 million kind of disappears and the need is there still? And I'm sure there's an enhanced need because we're going to be doing the marketing to let more people know about 211 services.
So HSA certainly cannot fill a $2 million gap, if that's the question. It seems like that is. So once this funding is gone, that's not something that HSA would be able to fulfill on an ongoing basis.
What about the 2 additional employees? I know there was amount of money that was dedicated for the marketing and the public awareness, so that would disappear, let's say, and we've put on steroids 211, which is valuable. We would definitely want the people to know the services and connecting the dots through 211. So would we have ongoing dollars to support the salaries for the 2 FTEs in any capacity or that you could think of?
The main primary source of funding for this activity would be CalWorks, outside of making an ask directly to the county for a general fund, which I choose not to do if all possible. There are opportunities, perhaps, looking toward the future that we may be able to squeeze some more money out of CalWorks, and I'm always willing to look at that and see if we're able to do that. Again, we're at the mercy of the state and what they provide to us. This is one of those things that has been a priority for HSA, but at the $100,000 mark. We started off at 50, and we're able to double it over the years, and that's where we sit at this point.
Understood. So we contribute $100,000 annually?
Yes, sir.
And what is the annual budget?
For 211, currently with the different grant streamline and all, we're about 20, I'm sorry, we're about, hey, correct me if I'm wrong.
We're at almost $1 million annually, and that is solely for the operations. So as you can understand, with all the myriad of grants, just the operation has been prioritized, and we want to make sure that every resident in San Joaquin County knows that it exists. So that upon recovery, you know, with a downturn coming, very much want them to be able to access any of the county services that are available to them. And over half of our funding continues to be private funding from foundations, from grants, et cetera.
And is this a statewide program, or was this something that initiated regionally? I'm kind of, refresh my memory, I think this was before I came on as a supervisor, this
Sure.
project began.
It's really a national program. There are 211s across the nation. In California, they've been in existence for, I'm going to say, probably 15 years. We started in this county in 2015, and we raised our hands to do it because after the mortgage bust, when we witnessed people that we just could not help, Senator Galgiani at the time convened a meeting, asked who could do it. Joe Celli said he would offer a planning grant, and we would do a feasibility study to see if we could do it. We were the most largely populated county not to have a 211 system. And so again, you know, this is a grant weave together tapestry that has served as an infrastructure project to this county with huge return on investment, especially during COVID. And again, we appreciate your support. We appreciated HSA being the people who said, we'll put our faith in you, we understand what it'll do. And Kaiser Permanente has been the other backer, understandably knowing, you know, prevention. If we can get food to kids, if we can get them in the health care they need, if we can get parents back to work, it's going to serve our community.
Understood. And did the county reimburse with the extra call volume during COVID? Because it was
Yes.
call 211.
Yes.
We were directing people to 211 on a regular basis. So you received extra funds.
We did.
During that time.
Absolutely.
And how did we direct people? How did that call volume go up? Like if we're going to give you, the slide's not in front of me, but hundreds of thousands of dollars from marketing, and you received lots of calls, the call volume increased dramatically. How did that happen?
So just in terms of call volume, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, for all that call volume to happen, were we marketing at the campaign at the county, if you can refresh my memory?
I think you were pointing people in our direction through your website and pretty much just at public meetings every time Maggie Park talked. She didn't necessarily, but 211 came up in almost all those public meetings. We went from, Tiffany can tell you, but it was about 50,000 calls in 2020. And then by the next year, we were at 160,000 callers.
So sorry.
Go ahead.
I also wanted to add, we also had a partnership with Office of Emergency Services during the pandemic, and they were able to do quite a bit of engagement and outreach on our behalf to really, because we were handling so many of their calls from their call center, there was a lot of looping from their call center over to 211, and so that really increased the call volume. And during their publications of any outbreaks or anything, they would constantly mention 211 as well.
Got it. And the $200,000 that you're marking down for salary for 2 FTEs, that's what that use of those dollars would be, is the 2 FTEs?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and what's that annual salary per FTE?
Again, it's fully loaded, so that's going to take care of where they sit. They are probably less than $50,000 on a call center, but it takes care of all their overhead and benefits, et cetera.
Including the licenses that we would have to purchase for them to be able to engage in 211.
And mileage for travel, because the whole thought of this kind of outreach is actually going out and engaging community. So, and again, I think for us, you know, one of the things, we had a private donation for marketing that we used during COVID, and it was specifically targeted for Latino families. We worked with Univision, and our calls from Hispanic folks increased 3 to 4 times just with that $100,000 buy. So marketing is very expensive now that people aren't talking about COVID. The governor's not pointing in our direction. You know, there's less attention to it. We just want to make sure that, again, residents know that it's more than just COVID. It'll be here for wildfire recovery, for flood recovery, but also just those basic human and health needs.
And so back to Director Woods, would you, when you say there's basic human health needs, is this this dollar amount be of benefit and use in the county by your estimations to enhance, you know, connecting what many of the services through HSA that we currently offer?
Supervisor Patty, through the chair, absolutely. I mean, 211 is an integral part of ensuring that members of our community that are in need get pointed in the right direction, and they're part of the coordinated entry for the homeless services. More and more, 211 is an incredible asset to our community.
Excellent. Okay, well, that was my questions on the 211. I did have a couple of questions that earlier that were brought up on one of the use of funds on a couple of the other, I think it was maybe we can bring the slides up for the use of funds for the first, what was it, the
Workforce Initiative?
The Workforce Youth Task Force. And Director Woods, does Director Vergen work through you?
No.
She doesn't. Okay. Is she here? Because I want to add a question on what we, as this workforce development presentation is for this outreach, and if this is integrated into our EDD department.
So I did meet with Director Vergen and her staff several different times. They were aware of this, and again, they do good work, but as you'll see, they're listed as part of the current programs that are offered. But there isn't a connective tissue that is pulling together this youth workforce ecosystem. So they have great programs, but there isn't a collector of marketing. There isn't a one area who's convening all across the county. It's, you know, people go to EDD, and, you know, they're like, for example, Dr. Troy Brown is on their board, and houses some of these programs. But again, there needs to be an overarching amplifying group to bring all of these efforts together to identify those weaknesses and market to them. So she's fully aware of this campaign.
She is. So I know that when I was in school many, many, many years ago, there's Delta College gives out flyers. Some of the programs you all mentioned, they've got staff that I've engaged with them. I know and met probably somebody from most all of those organizations that are reaching out to youth, otherwise their programs would disappear if there weren't new participants every year, and students in particular. What would the director for $120,000 a year, which is almost triple the regional wage in San Joaquin County, the average wage, I'm uncertain what that person would do that justifies the $120,000 annual salary. And I do have that concerns, like, how does that go on afterwards? You hire somebody, like we hired somebody, we had a very topical issue, we hired them to address this issue, and they never have.
Right.
They never have, when they just flat out never address the issue. That, you know, what's the metrics of accomplishment when all of these programs have staff to engage with students? We want to hire somebody for $120,000, and how do we know they've accomplished anything?
Well, let me invite Kai back down to the microphone. But while I'm saying this is, all these programs don't have staff. So we staff these programs with people who work directly with students, but that doesn't mean they have marketing budgets. That doesn't mean they have the ability to do outreach. Or their marketing would not be across the board word of mouth. I have met with every single person on here, and the vast majority of them said in a large group meeting, and we asked them point blank, how are you identifying and marketing to students? And they all say it, word of mouth. They don't have time for that. So the reason why this intersects with COVID impacts is because word of mouth stopped being effective during COVID. And we have to utilize the ability to reinvigorate these programs, many of which are excellent programs who can provide for you their outcomes. But the problem is not, or I would have brought forth that in a different proposal, the problem is that we don't have the connective tissue to address the collaborative or the collective challenges that these organizations are facing. So $120,000, I agree with you. I appreciate your questions, and those are fair. This is a 1-year investment that is going to target youth face-to-face. You need a person to go out on behalf of all of these organizations and convene meetings and help devise. This is going to be youth-driven, youth-led marketing campaign so that it is effective. Because if I was in charge, it would be on Facebook, where no one under 40 is. So we need to engage those who we are trying to target, ask them where they're at, and have them help us design this program. Kai, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I mean, frankly, a lot of our educational institutions are grappling still with COVID enrollment loss, right? And so, just thinking about, educators that have to worry about keeping their educators, their teachers, their students healthy, let alone, grappling with enrollment loss, is really challenging for our institutions and our staffs, right? And I'd say, when you're talking about trying to reach youth, especially underserved youth in our communities, there's a lot of sophistication around marketing these days in social media, right? That I am just completely out of touch with, right? And so if you want to reach youth, if you want to serve youth, we have to think about it in new ways, right? To Christina's point, word of mouth is powerful, but it's not always, the form of marketing and awareness that our youth resonate with.
So here's my thought, because again, just like when we're talking about it, like $120,000 for one person is, to me, that's embarrassing, to be honest with you. Because one person in 1 year, they're going to just answer all this and reach out to tens of thousands of students. I see maybe 4 or 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 people throughout this county reaching out to people in their schools, and there's after school programs like Give Every Child a Chance. They already have the ears of students. They can market, you can bring them on board. There's, what's the table? The former football player, I think, the table?
Community table.
Is that it?
For the table community. It's got those
something of that. The football player, very nice fellow and doing a great program. He has thousands of kids in his after school program.
Right.
Like I could see giving him $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 to market the materials and the new outreach program that we're going to have. So for your $120,000, you have somebody that's donating time and running a nonprofit that's already engaging with, and this is just one small little sector of the town. But when I say it's kind of embarrassing, I think you're thinking too small again. What do we do more? How do we reach more kids? So instead of maybe $120,000 for one person, maybe it's $250,000 for 5, 6, 7, 8 people to help these nonprofits have that, spread this voice and bring out this network of opportunity that's regional, to Supervisor Rickman's point.
Right.
And
Patty, I apologize. I deeply appreciate you telling me that I'm thinking too small. I am more than happy to bring forward some of the big ideas that are in there and this head and through this group. This salary, I would push back on that idea that I think that we've gotten this place because we have relied on people in organizations doing more work for free. So that's one. 2, this salary, in my personal opinion, should not be, and this is a part of the negotiation as we really feel these proposals out, for maybe this isn't one person. Maybe this is a full-time person at $60,000 that allows them to offer stipends to youth across the county to coordinate. We worked over the last month making a list of all the organizations that they already work with and that do already work with youth and already have youth leadership councils. And they are going to be contacted by this person, and then all of the work will be done for them and given to that person, as opposed to us continuing to ask organizations to do more with less. So while I appreciate that $120,000, and I do appreciate that, I think that really that should say, as we continue to iterate, $120,000 in administrative costs, so that we are not trying to build off the backs of programs that are already stretched thin.
Understood. So that would be, again, my suggestion. I don't think 120,000 is enough to have enough people that are going to outreach and have an impact with that engagement that's being discussed. Yeah, I think you're underserving and shooting too low on that one.
Okay, I'm happy to bring back our revised proposal.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I just want to clarify the $120,000 when you say fully loaded. The salary is not $120,000. Salary is probably more like 60.
Based on our hiring to date and our data sets, probably closer to 80, 90K. But to your point, Supervisor Miller, that includes benefits, it includes travel expenses, mileage, all that.
Okay, so I do appreciate the fact that it is a good paying job, but we say over and over up here, we're trying to make sure that people can live on the money they make for putting in a good day's work. So I don't find it exorbitant. I do think that, as we've heard on a couple other proposals, and as our chair mentioned, there's plenty of opportunity for, once it gets up and running, to come back with a secondary ask for stipends, for expanding the reach of this program. And I think it's, again, it's admirable that you've worked with this large group of people and you've fine-tuned your ask so that it is the most cost-effective to deliver the results that you're stating here, and that there is plenty of room to expand going forward. But again, this is, we're given, after your meetings with county administrator, you were told quite explicitly, these are one-time monies. They have to be used within a certain period of time. They have to be directly related to COVID relief. And so propose something that will be ongoing forever and ever, that was not, those were not the parameters that we were given for ARPA funding. It doesn't mean the programs can't go on and you can't come forward with additional asks, but the ARPA funding will be, it is finite and it will be gone. So I appreciate you very much working within the parameters that the task force was given. It's a pleasure, actually. We get a lot of folks up here who completely don't work within the parameters given for a specific grant program, and so it is helpful to us. Thank you.
Now I'll ask public comment. Anybody from the public wishing to comment on this particular item? Seeing none. Clerk of the board.
Yes, I do have one public comment for this item. This was submitted by Troy Brown, who writes, "Good morning, Chairwoman and Supervisors. I am unable to attend in person, but want to lend my support to the proposals coming before the board today. The Children and Youth Task Force, for which I was a participant, was diligent and intentional in its efforts to learn how to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic on the children of San Joaquin County. This collaborative effort examined the impacts of the pandemic as well as the efforts taking place around the county to address those impacts in order to bring forward proposals that were strategic and appropriate steps for the county to take. These proposals are opportunities to increase collaborative efforts taking place across the county. I encourage the board to approve and fund the proposals. Your community partners continue to connect with children and their families to ensure they are recovering and thriving as we exit the pandemic. This funding will strengthen that process. Thank you, Troy A. Brown, County Superintendent of Schools." And that concludes the public comments.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Rickman?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to call the question.
Okay. Okay. We have a second? Right.
Through the chair, the board letter recommendation is that the board discuss, consider, and provide direction to staff or approve recommendations from the Children and Youth Task Force. And so I think it would be helpful to have clarification on the exact question that Vice Chair is calling.
It is just to end debate, and so whatever that may be. So, I mean, it takes 4/5 to end debate so we can get to our next agendized item.
Thank you.
Okay. So I understand that we need a 4/5 vote to call the question. Is that correct? Yes, that's my understanding.
Yeah.
Okay. So, look at the board.
Sorry, please clarify exactly what's being asked of us. Excuse me, I'm asking County Council.
Being asked to move on, to move the matter forward, and if there is, the effect of it is whether or not there is a motion to be made on this.
So I'm sorry, this is the first time procedurally I'm catching this, so I'm still not getting, we're asking to?
Supervisor Patty, it's just to end debate. If there's a motion or a recommendation to move forward, to take that recommendation or more motion so we can move forward. So debate would stop.
Got it. Thank you.
And that's adopted 5-0. Now, for a motion?
I would move that we approve funding of these items and that we direct the county administrator to work with the task force representatives to finalize any details that need to be done and perhaps to explore some of the possibilities that the board has raised in terms of possible capacity expansion in the future, so the ability to come forward to expand if needed. But I'm very comfortable with the county administrator negotiating this and working out the details with the task force. But I would recommend funding at least in the amounts that have been presented here today.
I'll second.
Okay, please vote. And that's adopted 5-0. Thank you, and thank those who. Okay, moving on to introduce waiver reading ordinance amending the San Joaquin County Code of Ordinances illegal dumping. Ordinance be adopted September 13th. Supervisor Villaputa.
Thank you, Chair. Before staff gives the presentation, I'm going to say a few comments.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Peter. Crazy. Okay.
I like a dramatic entrance, but that
was pretty. That was too bad.
He's okay.
Okay, before you say for the presentation, I'm going to say a few words. Okay, thank you, Chair. Illegal dumping is a significant problem throughout the entire county. While it affects everyone, it has a severe impact on residents of District 1. I see it every day, and residents in my district see it every day. Illegal dumping of waste on county and city roadways, waterways, and on private and public property creates acute and chronic health risk, safety hazards, environmental damage, and diminishes the quality of life of county residents and stakeholders. In addition, illegal dumping contributes to blight. We all know that blight decreases property values, erodes the local housing markets, and reduces local tax revenue. Our public works road crews clean it up when they can, Our sheriff's department is going out there every day doing everything they can. But even with all that, the problem keeps getting worse. We see it in our neighborhoods and the Delta, and it has to stop. As you know, about 3 years ago, with the help of my chief of staff, Chris Rapay, we formed a task force of county departments to see how we could finally solve this problem. It has taken a long time, but today we are here bringing forward a plan that I truly believe is the first step. First, staff will present an ordinance that will finally make sure that there will be a swift and sure consequences of anyone who illegally dumps and anyone who facilitates illegal dumping in our community. Second, staff will present a plan that we call the 3 E's. A plan is based on Alameda County illegal dumping pilot led by Alameda County Supervisor Nate Miley. The plan includes a 3-point strategy called the 3 E's, which are education, eradication, and enforcement. I stand behind the proposed ordinance, and I stand behind the 3 E's plan. But we can't stop there because illegal dumping is a complex issue. I want to make sure that we continue to be proactive. That is why I've asked staff to come back in 1 year to provide us a report to let us know how it is working and why it is not working. We can change it with that. I'm going to turn it over to staff to present details of the proposed ordinance and the 3 E's plan. Thank you, Zoe.
Supervisor. Through the chair, right now, most illegal dumping's actually not a violation of the county code. So that means currently, in order to prosecute illegal dumping, the district attorney has to prosecute that under the California Penal Code. And the standard of proof under the Penal Code requires evidence of the identity of the dumper and their intent to illegally dump. And that's a very high burden of proof. That's probably our biggest issue right now. So even when we have photographs or videos of vehicles dumping, the district attorney's office likely still can't successfully prosecute that case. And even in the rare instances when there is sufficient evidence to meet that burden of proof, it may take months or years. So for our residents that are diligently monitoring their neighborhoods and our waterways, it's incredibly frustrating that we can't really hold these dumpers accountable. Even when we've got video. I mean, that's just sort of a mind-blowing situation to be in, right? We've heard that time and time again. So the other issue with that is that there's video, and this emboldens illegal dumpers to realize, like, people know I'm out there, and yet they can't take that action. So at the direction of this board, the task force developed the proposed ordinance with the goal of swift and sure consequences for illegal dumping. That's really the goal, that's the impetus, that's the crux of the proposed ordinance today. So the ordinance is described in the board letter. You've already had a long morning, I get it, but I do want to quickly go through some of the key provisions in the ordinance. So first, if we can go ahead and have the presentation lined up from CEO's office.
We have not received a presentation.
I'm going to look awkwardly at Susie, and then we'll just move on. So we'll just talk through the ordinance. You have it in front of you. No problem. So all of the initial slides were just some of the ordinances that are, again, they're in your packet. They're the proposed ordinance word for word. Essentially, Section 510004 now makes illegal dumping a violation of the county code. Now the code will expressly spell out it is illegal to dump waste where it doesn't belong. It belongs in our landfills, not in our waterways. Now that's a clear expression in the code that both informs our actions as well as informs community members. Second, not slide, is Section 510006. It makes it so that if your vehicle or trailer is used for illegal dumping and you knew or should have known about it, then you can be cited for a violation of the county code. So now when our residences, and we have so many diligent residents, diligent stakeholders who are out taking these photos. So now when a resident takes a video of a truck dumping, even if we can't identify the identity of the driver at the time the dump happened, we can hold the owner of that vehicle accountable. So it's another level. And that was something that was suggested by this board. We explored it in other jurisdictions. We think it will be an effective tool. So third section I want to call your attention to is Section 510007. Zeros are really hard to say, makes it clear that every person is required to make sure that their waste is legally disposed of. So not only these bad actors who are taking this illegal dumping action, but also this is about saying that my waste with my name on it, I am responsible for ensuring that goes to the landfill. No more saying, I don't know how my garbage got into that dump. Every person is now responsible to make sure that their waste does not end up in our waterways or our neighborhoods. So in the rare instance where we're finding a dump and that evidence has, for example, my name on it, I can now be held liable for a violation of the code because I didn't legally and responsibly take care of my waste. So one of the biggest issues with this ordinance as we move through the process was the issue in terms of the severity of punishment for these violations. We know the violations have an incredible impact, and so there was a lot of discussion about the severity of the violations. And so I want to talk about that very specifically. Section 510009 makes violations an infraction and not a misdemeanor. Now, I know that infractions are less severe than misdemeanors, but they have some very clear benefits, and so we're bringing this ordinance forward as an infraction, and we do expect to continue to monitor data on that and see if we need to potentially look at some other options. But the main benefit of having infractions versus misdemeanors is that under this proposed ordinance, law enforcement can now issue citations to violators immediately and hold those violators accountable without the delay of prosecution by the district attorney's office. This is going to allow that swift and sure accountability without that high burden of proof, without the cost, without the delay of a prosecution by the district attorney's office under the penal code. That's a really important difference, and we saw it as an important benefit to categorizing violations as an infraction versus a misdemeanor. Now, the downside of that is that fines are limited under the government code. So in section 510010, the first violation is a fine of $100, the second is $200, and then every violation after that, within 1 year of the first violation, is a $500 fine. So these additional violations to get us to 500 and then 500 everyone thereafter, that can either be a violation of the proposed ordinance in front of you, or alternatively, it can be a violation of one of the illegal dumping sections that are in subsection B on the not slide. So those are illegal dumping sections that we worked with the district attorney's office to add so that not only if I violate, again, this ordinance, but also one of these other statutes, then that is a time where my violation fine will again be that 500, 500, 500. So we won't be starting over. So that was an additional tool to make sure that those fines meet the impact of this crime or this violation. So I get it. These fines seem low. But the reality is they can add up quickly, especially if this is a repeat offender, a true bad actor. The other thing I really want to point out very clearly is that in addition to this ordinance, law enforcement still has the ability to prosecute criminally. That remains an option. So where we have sufficient evidence in order to prosecute, so some of the situations where we may see that happen, this team gets it done. I'm just going to say, we get it done. Okay, so we may see that in larger scale dumps. The penal code actually identifies commercial sizes of dumps very specifically. That may be a situation where we would opt not to utilize the proposed ordinance, but instead to move forward with that criminal prosecution. Another situation may be an organized crime, somebody who's really created a business of illegal dumping. That may be another situation where we're using the penal code prosecution instead of the ordinance. So we're adding tools to the toolbox. The other thing I want to point out is that illegal dumping is a nuisance. It's identified as such in the ordinance, and that means that we still have all of the nuisance abatement tools that we usually have in our toolbox. Those are available to us as a county for illegal dumping. In fact, in the future, as I understand it, there may be a separate ordinance that will come to this board to consider impounding of vehicles used in illegal dumping. Again, that's a nuisance abatement tool that we can explore. So this proposed ordinance with these fines is an additional tool. It's in addition to the penal code. It's in addition to our nuisance abatement tools. And that's what we always want to be doing, right? We want to be exploring and adding tools to our toolbox so that we can right size the action that we're taking to make sure that it's swift, it's sure, it's efficient, and it's effective. So finally, we're on. There we go. Okay. So finally, I just want to point out that in addition to the fines, under Ordinance Section 5100016, I think I added a 0, it does require violators of this ordinance to reimburse the county for costs of cleaning up the illegally dumped waste. So again, although the fines seem low, there is an additional level of accountability that these violators are required to pay county costs for cleanup. That's something we don't have right now. Cost recovery is something that we always want to be exploring and ensure that we're able to operationalize. So the task force believes that this ordinance creates, like I said, an additional tool for law enforcement for swift and sure accountability for anyone who illegally dumps or allows their vehicle to be used in illegal dumping. And that's a tool that we didn't have before, and we think will really add a lot of effectiveness to this ordinance. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the proposed ordinance. And the one thing I do want to point out, and I think your counsel, Mark Miles, will also be addressing this, is that I do know that the numbering in the ordinance is not chronological. So we're missing a few numbers there. We are going to address that on adoption, but what we wanted to do is make sure all the references were to the ordinance as proposed. It's just a numbering issue. There were many permutations because this was a diverse team of people building this ordinance, and so we just missed some of those numbers. So I am happy to answer any questions. If you don't have questions for me now, I'll go ahead and turn it over to CAO Senior Deputy Susie Sayers to discuss the 3 E's plan, of which, of course, this enforcement ordinance is just one single part of.
Good morning, Chair Wynn and Board of Supervisors. Susie Sayers, Senior Deputy County Administrator. The 3 E's plan. The 3 E's plan is a multifaceted approach that will address the nuisance of illegal dumping within our county. Since illegal dumping is driven by a number of factors, it is crucial to have a plan that will include education, enforcement, and eradication. Educating residents, businesses, stakeholders, and community groups on illegal dumping is a critical component of the 3 E's plan. Providing information on the program, strategies to reduce or eradicate illegal dumping, the consequences involved, its effect on the environment, and the resources available on low-cost disposal are key to the prevention of illegal dumping. The task force staff is currently proposing strategic press releases introducing the ordinance, the rollout of video surveillance, the issuance of citations to illegal dumpers, and the 3 E's plan to address illegal dumping. The creation of targeted marketing/advertisement multimedia campaigns addressing the negative effects of illegal dumping, including the health impacts and environmental damage. Inform the community on ways to report illegal dumping, such as using the Go Request app, county websites, specific telephone numbers, and resources available to residents for legal, low or no cost disposal of all types of waste. Revamping the Clean San Joaquin website to include the illegal dumping reporting tools, updates, cleanup efforts, program updates, and education materials. Community outreach targeting neighborhoods and businesses in and around hotspot areas. Expand dumpster days by increasing the number of days from 8 to 12 and establish event locations county-wide. Include educational materials on illegal dumping with county permits, notices, websites, bill inserts, and other contact points. Enforcement. Enforcement is the next component in the 3 E's plan. To enforce the new ordinance and utilize existing citations and penal codes, the Sheriff's Office will conduct enforcement using the following strategies. Video surveillance using cellular-fed cameras equipped with a notification system to monitor dumping hotspots and send notifications when movement is detected. Data will be stored in the system's cloud database and accessible to download and memorialize for investigational purposes. The Sheriff's Office Community Revitalization Unit and Community Car Unit will proactively identify and investigate illegal dumping issues within the county. The Sheriff's Office will also provide training to all sworn deputies to educate them on how to effectively enforce the ordinance in a call for service model. The Strategic Intelligence Unit will collect data on reports of illegal dumping, issued citations, deployment of Sheriff's Office resources, and other relevant data to evaluate the effectiveness of the ordinance. The Sheriff's Office and other county departments, including but not limited to Public Works, Community Development, Environmental Health, and the County Administrator's Office, will conduct continuous evaluation and review of the effectiveness of the Sheriff's Office response and deployment strategy to modify enforcement strategies as needed. Lastly, eradication is the remaining component in the plan to curb illegal dumping. Blight conditions negatively impact residents' quality of life, pollute waterways, and limit economic success of businesses. Removing trash and other aspects of blight has been shown to detour illegal dumping. The first step towards eradication was initiated by this board's allocation of $100,000 to the Public Works Department at the June 22-23 budget hearings for the general cleanup of waterways and other areas within the county. Public Works will continue eradication of illegal dumping in the county right-of-way and in county-maintained roads using existing budgeted resources and funding allocations. Additional task force eradication strategy include the following: regular review of surveillance footage, scheduled patrols by the Sheriff's Office, and monitoring of illegal dumping reports to identify where eradication needs to occur. Increasing the number of scheduled community cleanups in impacted neighborhoods. Exploring recycling and beautification events throughout the county. Continuing the Adopt a Road program and encouraging the adoption of roads within hotspot areas. Partnering with community organizations to assist with eradication efforts. Explore the waste blight eradication programs recently adopted by the cities and counties within the surrounding areas and learn how they created partnerships between municipal departments, law enforcement, waste haulers, community volunteers, and organizations. Also, establish a fund supported by the American Rescue Plan Act to incentivize citizens to install video cameras on their property to assist with illegal dumping efforts. Chair Nguyen and members of the board, this concludes our presentation. Zoe and I are, along with Chris Rupe and members of Public Works, the Sheriff's Office, and District Attorney, are available for questions. And I want to say thank you to Public Works and Tracy Glaves from the San Joaquin Delta Neighborhood Watch for the pictures. There were pictures earlier on, but thank you.
Any questions? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd also like to thank Supervisor Villalpudua for bringing this forward. I know this is something that we've talked about for quite a while, and I know the DA's office and staff and everybody across this county has looked to address this issue. So I'm glad that we're here having this conversation. I'd like to just ask about enhancing some of these penalties, Ms. Zoe, Merrill, if you would. You mentioned that we're kind of constricted by law of what we can enact in the county. Is that correct? Like our first fine, you said $200, then you do $500, and then $500 after that could add up, et cetera. So why are there's law that limits what we could do?
When a violation is identified as an infraction, we're limited by the government code in regards to what we can issue as a fine or penalty. So that is a strict limitation on fines for infractions. Like I said, there are other tools, and those have different ways that we can address them, but this particular tool, we are limited by the government code, yes.
Okay. And so could we interpret that code? Like, let's say somebody goes up and they dump a couch and 5 bags of garbage. So that to me is 6 items. Could that be $200 per item?
My understanding would be that there would be one whole action. And we would interpret that very similarly to the way that a penal code action would be interpreted, which would be there was one action. So at first blush, I would say no, although we're always happy to explore, alternative ways. And that may be over this next year, working with Public Works to say, what is one dump? How do we identify that? It really is about having more data. So this is really just a starting place. So that's kind of why I identified, I know it seems really low, but right now we don't have as much data as we will be collecting over this year to really say, first of all, what is the appropriate punishment? Is 100, 200, 500 effective, meaning we're seeing less dumps? Should we be identifying this as 3 because there's household garbage, there's larger, pieces of solid waste? So I don't want to just say no. What I want to say is I would like to get started, get some data, and see if there are ways to either identify types of waste as being separate violations, to identify, physical size as being more than one violation. Can we ramp it up in a way that's consistent with the government code? So I think our office is committed to looking at that in a data-driven way. But right now, my answer would be the pile that you saw in the photo would be one violation.
One violations. Okay, and then you mentioned that we could also charge that violator with cleanup cost. And that could be several $1,000s of cleanup costs, perhaps. So there's no limit on what that could be within a parameter. Obviously, an incident is not a $500,000 cleanup cost, but I'm just looking at how we can bring in. For me, we want to look at what's a deterrent, so we really stop the bad behavior, and how do we get to the illegal dumping could be a penalty as high as $10,000. That gets people's attention. You put up a sign, illegal dumping may cost you $200. Like, well, I saved 150 of the dumps and saved on gas, so $200 is a wash. I'll take a shot at it. So I'm just wondering how we can legally, kind of play with the numbers, because let's say we hired a task force to go out and clean up, and it's like, oh, well, they're out there for 2 hours, so that's $100 an hour, so they owe us an extra $200. Like, no. We had to employ that entire task force for a full year. So the 25 instances where we've caught somebody, you've got a 25 divided by $100,000. Now our fine is higher. I'm just looking at how we can open up those parameters to really, truly let people know that we're serious about this, and we're going to levy a fee that would be within the parameters of our math and our estimation of costs. And again, doing what's legal, but not on the safe side, not on the low side. So I'm just wondering if we had any flexibilities when it related to that. Also, any chance we would have authority to seize someone's vehicle if they're dumping, and now that vehicle has to be towed away, go to a yard, and they got to pay several $100s to get it out of. They have to pay for the towing, and they got to pay for the storage, and they have to go to court to pay that fine. So it's been stored a few days, and now they've got a financial hardship, and they lost their vehicle. So we're serious about this. We do not want you dumping, and you're going to lose your vehicle. You're going to have to go to court. You have to pay a fine, and you have to pay a remediation fee. So it's going to be costly to do this in San Joaquin County. I'm just throwing out possibility and ideas.
No, I appreciate that this board is always looking at creative and legally viable ways to address the problems that impact our citizens, and it's clear that our residents are impacted by this. So if I can, I'll take your second point first. Like I mentioned during the presentation, my understanding is that we are bringing forward at some point in the near future a nuisance abatement ordinance that will allow, pursuant to state law and case law, impounding of vehicles for certain crimes identified as nuisances, one of which is illegal dumping. So that will be coming forward to this board, and that may be something that would be in addition to this ordinance. So it would be a separate ordinance that would be considered, and I believe that is in the works and coming to the board. We didn't include it here, again, because what we're trying to do is do a first step in a plan. And what we really want to do is gather data on where are the dumps, and Public Works and the Sheriff's Office are currently working. You said some of the attachments. Who is dumping? Where are they dumping? Why are they dumping? And so on the first part of your question in regards to deterrence, I get it, right? It's a severe impact. And so we think our first instinct is to say a severe punishment. What I think we're going to do in data gathering is say, who is it? Some of these dumpers it's kitchen waste. And if we can address our hauling contracts, if we can offer more cleanup days, if we can offer some of these other means to avoid illegal dumping, we're going to see that number potentially drop. What about the mid-size actors who are getting paid $50? What is it that's effective to get that type of dumper to stop? What is the really bad actors, right? The multiple offenders, the ones making it a business. Is that something where an increased fine, or do we want to make sure that we have sufficient evidence and we're funding now penal code prosecutions? And the goal of today's project, as the task force is bringing it forward, is to start the process of asking those questions, gathering that data. So I would say in terms of the numbers, right now we have a fine. But if you illegally dump in a way that violates the penal code, you are still subject to up to and including jail under the penal code. That remains a threat, a deterrent, a fact, that is still a possibility. So I don't know that playing with the numbers in terms of the fines is necessarily the most effective approach. I would like to see the data gathering under the 3Es plan so that we can then course correct on our ordinance if necessary, if it is not effective.
Okay, I remember going back years back in the 70s, there was garbage on the highway. People would ride down the highways and throw garbage out all the time. And then they posted up signs of $1,000 up to some $500 penalties, whatever it was. And lo and behold, that stopped a lot of the people throwing trash out the window, changed their idea because it's more, there's going to be a financial penalty. And in 1970s, the $1,000 or $500 is a lot more money, probably in the multiple thousands now. So I appreciate you want to get lots of data and do a scientific approach, but I think we all just want the dumping to stop. So while we might want to massage, how would you feel if we give you a different pail? Would you stop dumping it over here? And would you, would you be a better actor if we give you a yellow can instead of a green can? And, so that you feel better about putting your garbage here or whatever it may be. So yeah, we may want to have that important data, but we all want to stop it. We want to get to this as effective as possible and let people know that we're serious. We've talked about bringing back a dumping ordinance in San Joaquin County for 2 or 3 years now. So we're finally here, and people are tired of it. I mean, ask Mrs. Glaves and anybody that's here that, they keep sounding the alarm. They keep talking about it. We keep talking about it. We keep talking about it. We want to gather data. That's great. But we also want to stop it.
And I will say, that delay is on us, and they have been partners in this process. They have, every time we've asked, they have talked to us, they've given us information. I will say in that task force, every single department head that was part of the task force has turned over. We've had a lot of change happen. We also really put a lot of effort into working with the city of Stockton, and ultimately that was not successful, which is why now in our plan we have said, let's get the counties up and running. And as part of the 3Es plan, put out that outreach. We now, if you choose to adopt the ordinance on the next meeting, we would take this ordinance and the task force staff with now, solid department heads who are new, energetic, ready to tackle this, will outreach to those cities. And what we may find is there are some solutions where we can increase it or interpret it by solid waste versus other kinds of waste. And we would see that change. So right now, if I go out and dump, I can still be prosecuted under the California Penal Code. There is absolutely accountability for dumping, but we have a high burden of proof. So now we will have every level of tool in our toolbox to address hopefully every size. And what we want to see is, are we being effective? And so I know that you're looking to the ordinance to solve the problem, but what I'm going to recommend is that we start with the ordinance, and that we look actually to Susie. So Sam, we're going to look to Susie, right? The 3 E's plan, where we're talking about education. I loved your example of the signage for littering. That's a great example. And that's not an ordinance issue. In fact, what that is that's an education issue. It's getting the signs out where it matters. So you use the example of the highway, which we've all seen. I come off Ben Holt. I mean, there's so much waste right there. It's saying there is waste here, and therefore this is a place where we could maybe put a sign. Public Works tell us, is this a place where we have illegal dumping? Sheriffs, what are your deputies seeing? Is this a good place for a sign? Is this a good place for social media outreach to the demographic that drives down this road or goes to this park? In your last presentation, there was a lot of recognition about the fact that although billboards reach a kind of audience, maybe it's geofencing because this is where it's really happening. Maybe it's, X, Y, and Z. So instead of necessarily looking at the ordinance and saying, we want to increase the size of the hammer, I think what we as a task force are asking you to do is look at the whole plan. And this ordinance as proposed is one tool in that whole plan. And the task force is committed to course correcting, to making changes to that as the data shows us. We want to be swift, we want to be sure, we want to be effective, and we want to be efficient. And so that's the ask. So I know that we want a bigger hammer. I would ask that we start here because it's consistent with the government code. It's a best practice that we see in other jurisdictions, and that we then continue to make inroads to this huge problem through the 3 E's plan, and we come back in a year or even before then, and we make any correction that is going to help our residents. That would be my ask.
Well, we're here with an ordinance, so we're definitely starting there. So I'll finish, Chairman, last couple of moments here. To our CAO and Public Works, I was reading in one of the county periodicals that, and I really don't recall the county, it may have been San Bernardino or others, that they just have they have 3 units that just go, I guess, Monday through Friday, and they go out there. They're not waiting for reports. They're not waiting for, anybody to call it in. As I said, they're out there just picking up.
Right.
They're out there all the full time. So
eradication.
Yeah, just an immediate eradication. And I would encourage us to maybe look at what we could do in our budget to enhance that response team. A couple of people out there in a pickup truck. 2 or 3 units of them just driving up and down the roads. We know where the dumping is going on, and just going on a robust eradication. So that would be a thought that I think we get a lot less calls. We know it's happening. Let's just get rid of it, and by getting rid of it faster, it may stem the tide because it seems like it's not happening.
And it's synergistic, right? We know when there has been an illegal dump in a location that it attracts more illegal dumping, and that's where Supervisor Villaputra was saying in his intro that then creates blight, right? Those problems amplify.
Yeah.
One thing I would say is Chris Ruppe continues to just be an absolute powerhouse in this area, continuing to reach out to jurisdictions to bring that information to the task force. And he has connected the task force with eradication teams exactly like you just described. So I know you have your finger on the pulse of the issue. What I would say is I think where we may see the most effective use of county resources in the eradication front is by outreach and partnering with the cities, because the cities and urban areas tend to be where waste is produced, and then it tends to be dumped into the rural areas, including the rural areas or the unmanned areas, right, the invisible areas of cities, but also in the county. So eradication is so important. You're absolutely right, because it affects, it increases dumping, right, synergistically, but also in terms of blight and those other problems. So eradication is very important. That's why it's one of the 3 E's, and those teams are often, we see, connected with urban areas. So that is absolutely on the plate of the task force. So I would expect either before that year report or at that year report that you see some kind of proposal related to that. We just want to make sure that those eradication teams are, again, efficient and effective. So where are they patrolling? How many people? When we have better data on what the amount of the dumps are, the amount of waste, where it is, will really be able to utilize that tool more effectively and efficiently.
Yeah, I'd like to see the eradication teams brought online, whatever we might be able to do through that mechanism of board approval and a presentation to the board for consideration, and if the other 4 supervisors agree. But we need a robust plan to eradicate, and as well as doing all these other things for enforcement and messaging and community outreach, but we need the eradication. So I would support an additional action being brought to us, not waiting for a partnership with the city or anything else. It's going out from the cities to the county roads. We know where the roads are. There's the surface roads out by levee banks. Just get the teams out there driving every day, covering different quadrants of the county. So that's all I have. Thank you.
We'll definitely prioritize that.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to thank Supervisor Villaputua and your staff, Chris Rupe, for all the hard work that's gone into this. I think it's a great example of how effective a task force can be to really zero in on a specific issue. If it is not already, I agree that this task force should be formalized, which typically then means you have 2 supervisors attached to it. Since you represent a very urban district within the city of Stockton, I would suggest going forward that perhaps one of the other supervisors that represent some of the more rural areas within the county could also provide input on the task force. But I think all of this is much needed. The whole board has been asking for this for a very long time. I wholeheartedly support the ordinance. I think moving forward with the 3 E's is going to be crucial to the ordinance being effective. And I agree, we need all 3 of those E's to be paid attention to and to be implemented. And so I would just say thank you. Job well done. Thank you to staff that worked so hard on this. I do think as much as, yes, we need to take on our part of the eradication, and I agree with that wholeheartedly as well. The outreach to the cities is going to be crucial going forward, because otherwise we're just going to have everybody in all the cities going to crossing the city line into unincorporated county, knowing that the county is going to, within 24 hours, the county's going to have it all cleaned up for everybody. And the other thing is, I do agree that the penalties for this, as early as possible, the goal needs to be that it doesn't make business sense to dump anymore. It's got to be more painful, more expensive, and less convenient. They've got to feel it, and for a penalty to be effective, it needs to be fast. You need to get it as close to the bad action as possible, and they need to feel it right away. So whatever it is, if it's as we move forward, if it is impounding vehicles, if whatever it is, we need to levy those fines as soon as possible. We need to force them into payment as soon as possible. And it needs to not make sense to them anymore to do this. It needs to be, well, it's actually quite a bit cheaper and, more cost effective for me to make regular runs to the landfill. And so whatever we have to do to make that happen, and I agree that the free dump days are a big part of it. For someone that's a small violator, those cleanup days, they make a difference. They will come down. They'll pile it in their own backyard, and then they'll come down and they'll do it. We need to utilize, as you put it, all the tools in the toolbox to make this work going forward. But I agree, the task force should continue. I think it's done good work. I think it will be critical in fine-tuning this as we go forward to make sure we're really responsive and the right things get back to the board that need board approval. and to continue working closely with our law enforcement, our prosecuting partners, with our cities, everybody that's involved in this, because it needs to stop. And it is something that has really impacted people's quality of life in this county. And it impacts their perception of safety and security. When you see trash and junk and stuff all over the place, it makes you feel like things are out of control. And that's not conducive to a law-abiding citizenry. So thank you for bringing this forward. Really appreciate it.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you, Miguel and Chris, for your hard work. And thanks to the DA over there. And I know we've talked about it also. Thank you for what you've done, and our staff, of course, Zoe. Thank you for all you guys have done for this. Because, hey, this is great. I know I've been asking about it. When is it going to come back? Because I know my wife and I were just driving to Ripon in the back roads, and we saw a bunch of, mattresses and tires, and it just gets ridiculous. And I agree with the other two supervisors that mentioned it. There has to be a deterrent side. And I just, the $100, I just don't see it, to be honest with you. It costs you just a little less to go to the dump, or more to go to the dump. So, it's just cheaper to go dump it out in the county or somewhere. So, I think of it, you talk about the education portion of it. People already know you shouldn't dump stuff. If I have a couch, I know I shouldn't go dump it on the side of the road. And you have, statewide education, Clean Up California. They spent millions of dollars on that advertisement and education, and it doesn't seem like it's, curbing what we're dealing with illegal. So how much more education do you need? If you look at like graffiti is either charged with an infraction or a misdemeanor. Why couldn't we do it that way through an ordinance?
You mean or make it an or?
Right.
Generally, right now, our code is an or. A violation of the code can either be an infraction or a misdemeanor unless we identify it expressly in a code chapter or section. We opted for this because there are already varying levels of criminal dumping issues, so littering, dumping. And so what we were doing was creating one that was strictly a citation process so that it could be swift, so that as enforcement, finds somebody, identifies that license plate, they are immediately able to issue that citation. So that was why we opted for that. It doesn't, we're not precluded from having it also be a misdemeanor, but what we've found is that we're not able to prosecute those or carry those forward.
So on this code, on this ordinance, now this is what, a strict liability?
Essentially.
So, does it change?
I'm sorry, essentially is for the vehicle owner.
Right.
Right.
But it's strict liability in the sense that if that vehicle's out there,
yes,
the owner is getting a citation regardless, unless you can prove it was stolen, which I imagine some people will try.
I imagine.
Now, does it matter? Does that strict liability change if we push it toward a misdemeanor?
I think you have to prove identity and intentionality when you're going for a misdemeanor or a higher level of criminal offense.
Right, but for this section, so I understand that the penal code section, misdemeanor not committing your presence, you have to identify the person, the criminal side of it. Now take that penal code away and just concentrate on the ordinance. If we make it a misdemeanor, can we still keep the strict liability? We can't.
I don't believe that you can.
Okay.
Certainly we can look into that, but my understanding of it, and I have a team of DAs behind me, I can see them in the camera, but my understanding of that is no. That part of why we opted for...
Okay, that was my question, because if we
see it as a really valuable tool, and I think you initially raised it, it had really come to the forefront because you raised it, and we see the value in that. And it does allow for that swift issuance of a citation right then. There is also clearly a severity component that we need to look at. We just weren't sure where that was going to land here.
Okay, well,
that was a really
I would like to know, or if it's possible, I mean, keeping the strict liability, I think the strict liability is huge, so we can actually make ground. If we can do the misdemeanor section or misdemeanor cite on a strict liability ordinance or not. Also, is there a way with the strict liability, with just being an infraction, we can't raise it higher than what we have? Is that what you're saying? So $100 is our limit? What's the highest we can raise it?
So the way that I interpret the government code, it is very clear that if it is an infraction, those are the fine limits. There are other categories where if something is identified as a health, safety, imminent harm, we see other jurisdictions who have issued these higher levels of administrative penalties. It always comes back to cannabis with me, but that was an example where jurisdictions sort of went out on those limbs and issued higher value administrative penalties for violations. I don't see that as being, in this case, consistent with the government code. But our office I absolutely hear this board in saying we need something that is more severe. We need a bigger hammer. And so what we can do is our office can be committed to going back and exploring those other options. If we categorize it as a health and safety hazard, it clearly has impacts. So we certainly can explore that. So what we can do is keep the tools. If you opted to adopt this, we could keep the tools as is. What we would do is be exploring additional ways that we could categorize it and potentially increase administrative penalties or fines.
What about the cost recovery? Are we limited to the amount what we can recover?
No, except that it has to be an actual cost. So similar to when we adopt fees, that we are bound to say this was the actual cost. So for example, if there was a fee study that priced an EHD employee at $152 an hour, that would be the actual cost of that employee for a cleanup. So just limited in that respect.
But could we do it, looking at one of the codes here, I imagine you would have to break down, but so we can recover all costs. So say if the deputies get called out there to a dumping site and they spot somebody there. So we would get the deputies' hour, how much they're paid, how much when Public Works comes out there, how much of whoever paid there, the dump storage. If there's hazmat, we have to get EP or environmental health out there and to dig up the soil. I mean, all these breakdowns to make sure we're 100% recovered as a county.
I would say this: all of those things that you named, I believe, are cost recoverable, except there may be an issue with a call for service response by law enforcement may not be able to be captured in cost recovery. I would have to look at how that call maybe came in, but my understanding is if it's a call for service, that may not be something we could cost recover from.
They do for DUIs, I know.
Oh, okay. So and DUI, that's not something I'm familiar with, but certainly we could look at it. But otherwise, those things that you named, yes. The interesting thing here is that right now our public works are cleaning up anyway, so we would want to look at that and say, okay, what is the cleanup? Who's performing the cleanup? What is now being, reimbursed or paid into? What is the actual cost? And so that's kind of where we need to, as a task force and as a county, break down what is being cleaned up where, what are the actual costs, and then we would line item those, and those would be absolutely recoverable in cost recovery. We just have to, I don't know all the answers in terms of.
Right, no, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, yes.
There's not a limit. I mean, our fine might be $100, but it might be thousands of dollars in recovery fees. Yes. Mostly if you have a business whose job is to go take it to the dump, and they go dump it out someplace. So,
yes.
But at the end, I mean, I would love to see a bigger hammer, and just, hey, I love the education side of it, but realistically, I mean, like mattresses, you can take them to the dump for free, and people don't want to drive to the dump, so they just dump it on the side of the road. And, we've done education as a county for that. specifically?
I think one of the aspects of the E for education is education about enforcement. It's not just education about don't dump, because you're right? We know we're not supposed to dump, but specifically education focused on, like Supervisor Patty said, if you do this, we are now watching you with cameras. We are now coming after you with law enforcement. You will be cited and you will be punished. I won't list the $100 on the sign because it's not, right? We do want to have something that's more deterrent, but I think I would just flag that in the E, that E is specifically some of it, part of it is about education on enforcement, which is different than Clean Up California.
Okay. Well, thanks again very much. I mean, that's very educational, and it's, this is long overdue. I'm glad to see it here forward. Hopefully it will help, but, as we move forward, I mean, I would love, again, if we could figure out a way to bump up the fines.
Absolutely.
To make it a deterrent, make it a bigger hammer. I would appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for that report. And just wondering on the feedback in a year from now, can we make it 6 months? Maybe we can hear it early spring of 2023, see how it's going.
Absolutely.
And then I like Supervisor Miller's idea of adding maybe another supervisor. I was hoping Supervisor Brickman would like to join. He's very engaged in this illegal dumping deal. If you'd like to join, that'd be great.
Through the chair, if I may, on that particular point, Supervisor Villapuda, if there are members of the board who are assigned to the task force, that may have to comply with Brown Act requirements.
Okay.
So there's no requirement, or there's nothing that prevents a board member from attending task force meetings on their own, but once they're assigned to that task force, that may then become a public meeting. We have to post agendas and things like that. So okay. I think we should look into that before that decision's made.
Great, thank you. Then I just want to thank the whole task force for all their hard work. Zoe did a great job, and of course my Chief of Staff, Chris, who was heavily engaged in this and was took up a lot of his time. And great job, Chris. Thank you all.
So a couple of questions. On the video surveillance, will those cameras be monitored, or are they just going to capture the information for future prosecution?
I'd like to invite Lieutenant Bowles to come up and answer the questions.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair Wynn, Board of Supervisors. To answer your question, sir, not only do we have the capability to monitor them as as you asked, yes, they will capture video, they will capture photographs, but as soon as something comes into the site, we're going to receive an update either via text or via email. So we'll know as soon as something is captured, and one of my deputies, whoever's assigned to monitor those videos, will be able to look at it and say, hey, here's what we're working with. But we also are able to just pull up the app and actively see, okay, there's nothing out there right now, there's something out there. So if for some reason we don't receive an update, we are able to actively just go right into it. We can sit there, put the phone, computer, whatever, while we're doing our other work and monitor it actively.
So the deputies in their patrol car can actually view these cameras throughout the county, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then in regards to the, obviously the Sheriff's Department is working on not just surveillance by cameras, but also in regards to hotspots, et cetera, with Public Works. Is there been discussions in your task force in regards to providing barriers for some of these locations where they are frequently dumped, barriers like guardrails, things like that, which don't allow vehicles to back in or pickups or whatever. Is that also been part of your discussions as far as prevention?
Yes, so I would say that absolutely physical barriers in that case, not just through, education and the things we've already talked about, but if there's an area we can identify, working with Public Works to put something up to say, hey, you can no longer come along here, that's absolutely something we would look into.
You ever considered spike strips?
What's that?
Have you ever considered spike strips?
I'm taking notes.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I always appreciate the sheriff's involvement in these particular things. I do have, and I don't know whether you or Sheriff Withrow would want to address it, but I do have a question because I know in working with County Counsel's office, in fact, I've got a copy of an ordinance talking about public nuisance impoundments, which County Council, Mark has graciously talked about, because one of the things that in my research on impoundments, for example, because we talked about that in a previous meeting, LA County has a very strong impoundment ordinance. Unfortunately, as Council Miles advised me, they're a charter county, which makes them have a little more authority than we do. But in another ordinance which he located, it does provide the ability to impound vehicles for investigations. One of them, for example, talks about not just illegal dumping, it also talks about prostitution, which is another issue involving vehicles. But the question, going back, and I know things have changed, but there was a period, as I recall, where we used to impound vehicles for investigation to make sure that, they were either used or not used in a particular crime, which illegal dumping is. Is that the Sheriff's Department, do you have that authority or not in regards to that particular act of illegal dumping?
Well, we can impound vehicles, as you said, during investigations to see if they were used as part of a crime in that type of situation. Having to do with illegal dumping, the County Council has supplied us this morning with an email regarding what we're looking at as far as that in connection with illegal dumping. We immediately got it to our staff, and as we speak right now, they're going through it and sending me suggestions as to tweaks on that, verifying every part of it. I think we drew it from a surrounding county. I forget which county it was that we pulled it from, or that you brought it from, and so we're looking at that right now. But absolutely, we're more than willing to do that. We just want to make sure that we cover all sides of it so we don't get stuck with a tow bill or a long storage bill. And but no, that's absolutely going to be part of it. And Zoe's right. That I think is going to be presented at the next board meeting.
Okay. Well, I hope so. And more importantly, I guess it's important because obviously your deputies will share the burden of most of these violations in regards to either citing or investigating, et cetera. In regards to the action, and this maybe goes over to the district attorney's office, but I know it's been talked about, and we have a lot of previous discussion today in regards to misdemeanors, infractions, penal code probably being the misdemeanors, obviously ordinance being infraction, but in regards to the heavier hammer, so to speak, it would seem, based upon my conversations, especially in my district, which is a lot of agricultural, the problem is regards to the dumping isn't along the roadway, it's in orchards. And I'll have to address that with our Director of Public Works. But my question is, in regards to the investigations, your deputies, for example, if they go out and because of the cameras encounter somebody actually dumping, so they have a person that's committing the crime in their presence, I'm assuming that deputy would issue a citation, maybe make an arrest, which would then be prosecuted through the district attorney. Is that what's happening currently as far as face-to-face observance?
Yes, anytime we catch somebody in the act, which is rare, but sometimes we do. We just happen to come across it because we're out patrolling. Yeah, we will cite and we'll send it to the district attorney for review and complaint, and they will handle it as they can. Best they can, with their budget and what they're dealing with and everything at that time. But yeah, we will always charge the highest level that we can in that situation. We towed the car at that time for it being used in this crime, and so yeah, we would handle that as any other crime that we found in progress.
Okay, good. Thank you, Sheriff. Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Okay. And to Zoe, in regards to the differences as far as the fines, et cetera, I guess my question is, this particular ordinance provides a lower standard in regards to, if you want to use the term punishment, or some type of accountability, because with the Sheriff's Department, for example, and with the District Attorney's Office, as has been stated many times, there has to be an actual identification of the perpetrator, not just the vehicle. In this particular case, it's just the vehicle. If we can identify it by a license plate, then that ties it to the registered owner, which then may tie it to the the perpetrator who may not be the registered owner. And I guess that's the question of maybe your department. Is your department the one that would follow up on that to provide a determination as to maybe who the original dumper was, as opposed to, you know, a neighbor or a relative that, you know, loaned their pickup to somebody and they went out and dumped it? How does that work with your department, Sheriff?
Well, right now as we do it, yeah, absolutely. Often we get tips or videos or whatever, a vehicle, and we catch a license plate, and we go back and make contact through our investigation with the registered owner of that vehicle, who can tell us, yeah, that was my, you know, nephew who I hired to haul this stuff away from me. And then we go and make contact with that person, and so we handle it just like any other investigation. With our new cameras, we're having they have LPR on them that are immediately letting us know the registered owners and things like that of vehicles, or at least if they're stolen or if they're a wanted vehicle, those type of things. So again, we would follow up in that investigation, handle it the same way, contact the registered owner to find out if they were the ones, if we have a picture of them on camera doing it, or if they hired somebody else to do it, or as you said, or as I believe Supervisor Rickman said, you know, they're going to tell us their car was stolen, and however they handle it. But it'll be through our investigation on how we handle that. I'm not privy to the discussions that they've had at the task force meeting, so I don't know if there was any other decision made on their part how they want to handle those, but that's how we handled it on every time that I left a pamphlet at your guys' desk with some of our stats on there. You'll notice we've had 267 investigations this last year for dumps and things like that, and the deputies get out and they literally put on the gloves and dig through it and try and find names and addresses or envelopes or anything like that, and we roll it back to the house and we try and find out who it is. So whether it's a vehicle or information we get through that way, we roll it back and try and figure out who did it.
So this is essentially just another tool for your deputies, obviously, to stamp out the problem as best we can.
Yeah, absolutely. We think this is fantastic, and we're happy we're getting that. We're going to be really happy when we move forward with the next one that's going to be introduced, as far as towing the vehicles away and impounding them if we can.
Okay, good. Thank you. Mr. Buckman, Director of Public Works, I have a couple of questions for you. So, what do you estimate? I know several years ago we talked about almost the 100% increase in costs in regards to, you know, some of these cleanup efforts because just the increasing numbers that are occurring throughout the county. What would you estimate, either dollar-wise or man-wise, or I guess person-wise, that these type of activities cost your department as far as your employees going out and picking them off the road?
Last fiscal year, our cleanup cost just for the public right-of-way totaled about $1.3 million, and that's increased from about $600,000 when I got to the county in 2011. So it's over doubled in the last 10, 11 years. We do clean up some additional sites and public waterways, but we're limited to what we can clean up in the waterways, to you know, given the funding sources, to what we can the trash that causes flood control issues or increases flood risk. So we're limited in the waterways with our funding sources to what we can clean up there, and that's a much smaller number.
Do you have employees permanently assigned to these cleanups, or is it just part of your regular road crew that does it?
We do have 2 to 3 crews full-time patrolling and/or responding to illegal dumping reports. In the last couple of years, we also have acquired 2 grappler trucks, which can clean up large dumps pretty quickly. They can clean up in 15 minutes. What it would take a crew of 3 about 3 hours to clean up. So they've really increased our efficiency for the larger dumps. On the other hand, they're pretty significant investments. They're over $500,000 a piece.
Okay. I get a lot of complaints from some of my constituents, farmers, ranchers, et cetera, as I said earlier, they're getting dumps in their orchards or on their property away from the roads. You can't go in there and clean those up, correct?
Well, theoretically we could with permission, but we're limited by gift of public funds issues. As we discussed during the budget hearings, we were planning to use some of the $100,000 general fund allocation that Susie mentioned earlier to subsidize, provide dump passes for property owners that had been the victims of illegal dumping. Unfortunately, we had some discussions with county counsel's office after that, and there's try as we might, there's really no way around gift of public funds issues if you fund those kind of cleanups with either ratepayer or general taxpayer dollars. We've also had some follow-up discussions with, I think, 13 or 14 counties to this point to try to find out if they have any programs, that help property owners, help ease the burden the private property owners face from illegal dumping. And so far, only Stanislaus County has a very limited program where they provide dump passes for agricultural illegal dumps. We want to find out a little more about their program and maybe to talk to their county council to find out how they got around the legal issues. But so far, the 13 or 14 counties we talked to, only Stanislaus has any degree of cleanup support for private property dumps.
Well, that's only one aspect, because when I talk to these farmers, for example, they have to have their employees pick these items up, load them up, take them to the dump. So, I mean, obviously, a free dump pass is beneficial, but it doesn't supplant, the time and expense of having their employees do something when they could be doing something else more productive. In regards to our waste haulers that we contract with for our county residents, would a contract waste hauler for the county, which services obviously our residents, farmers included, would they be able to because they're servicing those customers, would they be able to assist in removing some of those articles or dumps, et cetera, within private property because they're providing the service for that resident who's actually paying a fee for their particular cleanup?
To this point, our discussions with county council indicate it's a problem in terms of gifts of public funds.
Okay, even though the waste haulers receiving the funds? I mean,
because they're ratepayer dollars. Other property owners are paying the rates that would pay for that service from the franchise haulers. So. The private property owner who's getting the dumping cleaned up is not necessarily funding the cleanup directly. Others are helping to pay for that.
Well, I understand that, and obviously not every resident would benefit from that service, although as Supervisor Laputa puts in there, and there's articles all over the place in regards to blight, decrease in property values, all these, health hazards. I mean, it's not just that person or that resident. It's the entire community that's suffering that particular event. So anyway, I'm just curious because that 1.3 million that you're spending on illegal dumping is obviously could be better spent on one of the complaints most frequently is potholes, et cetera. So these are things that I guess my consideration, and maybe I'll discuss it with county council as far as what we can do, but. I'm not sure, and I don't know how many actual customers we have, but I would suspect that even in my own city where I live, we have obviously a cost and a $3 or $5 or whatever it happens to be increase to handle illegal dumping within the city, or certainly for this case in the county, would be well worth it compared to having to have, if I were the victim of that dumping, to have to either do it myself or hire somebody to do it, which is going to cost me a lot more money. So anyway, just a thought in regards to that, but I appreciate your thoughts on this.
Understood. And of course, we'll continue to look for additional ways we can help, and I share your concern about the growing cost in the public right-of-way. $1.3 million will fix quite a few roads, and so we hope the 3 E's plan is effective.
Okay, thank you. Sheriff, do you have a comment?
Yeah, this will be a question for County Council, but I would hope now that you guys have invested in our flock camera systems that we have so far, and hopefully we'll get more in the future. We're going to be capturing those vehicles as they're driving down the road with their stuff loaded up in their car, and we're going to be able to see that. We're going to be able to identify that car doing that, and then eventually we're going to get that call from the farmer that say, hey, somebody just dumped this in my field. So now we're going to be able to go back, check the camera. Yeah, we saw the car go by. Obviously, this is now a crime that's been committed on the farmer and on his private property. Would that allow us to then go on and be able to clean that up, or would that still violate using public funds on private property?
We'd have to look at that to be specific, to be certain on it, but my initial reaction is that it's still going to fall within that same category of using the public funds, if you're talking about using public funds for the actual cleanup.
Supervisor Miller?
Just a follow-up question on that. But aren't we talking about full cost recovery for county expenses on cleaning up these dumps?
So that's part of what we need to explore in cost recovery is how does that then, I think we'd have to identify the violator and the crime, which of course, right, the sheriff's adding to their toolbox constantly, and the data is just amazing on how many dumps they're addressing, these investigatory tools. So I think the scenario that he just said we will have to explore how to identify that violator and how is it that we pay for that cleanup and get that recovered from the person. I just don't know at this point, and this is what our office is absolutely committed to, exploring all of the options. How does that get cleaned up? Is it reimbursing the, I don't know the answer. But you're right, those are all the aspects of it, right? It's easy if we have a scenario where, you know, I dump a couch and then it's in the right of way and Public Works cleans it up and then I then have to pay and that goes directly to Public Works. That's a very clean scenario. It's something like the sheriff just said, it's clear that we have evidence that that person dumped that and we make that conclusion from a law enforcement standpoint. I just don't know what that looks like at this point. And that's really why the task force needs to really stay active and to have the components that it has, Public Works, law enforcement. You know, the DA, you know, even though we're right now at an infraction level, we do want to stay in, you know, communication. We're all committed to efficient, effective, and with an equality aspect, right? How do we do this with that in mind? So there's a lot of unanswered questions. This is the first step, like Supervisor Villaputra said, and we'll have to explore those options.
Thank you. That answers my question.
There's a fourth E in the ordinance, which is equity. All right, that's fine. And I understand, you know, the need, obviously a lot of discussion about the level of fines, et cetera. But there's also a provision in this ordinance which talks about a waiver for those who can demonstrate an inability to pay. It doesn't apply to the county costs, but it applies to the fines, et cetera. My question is, okay, so we find somebody who's dumped a pickup load or whatever, and we go out and pick it up and we can identify the vehicle, for example. So do we then charge the registered owner because we can't identify the driver or the dumper at that time? And if so, do we then charge them the cleanup fee as the registered owner of having that vehicle, whether, and it talks in the ordinance whether they know or not, it makes no difference. How does that work as far as recovery? Because to be honest with you, a lot of the people who are doing this, because they don't have the $22 or $26 to go to the dump. So how are we going to do this with any kind of efficiency and equity as far as that?
Right. I mean, that's what's so, I will just say great about this board is that each of you are hitting on all of the issues that the task force, as well as every jurisdiction in California and probably across the nation, is grappling with. So we do as a task force see equity as something that is kind of the silent fourth E. I tried for opportunity, but nobody let me use that one. So equity is kind of the silent fourth E. But those are absolutely issues. In terms of whoever the violator is, if the violator is the registered owner, then that is where cost recovery comes from. That fee waiver provision was not put in out of the goodness of my heart, but instead directly a requirement of the government code, where we do have to recognize that and include that when we are proposing these kinds of fines. So that's directly from California state law. But you're right, there are a lot of complicated issues. The impounding of vehicles is a whole, other issue in terms of equity, and that is coming as a nuisance abatement tool as opposed to an enforcement ordinance, and that's the right way to bring those separately. But there is certainly a discussion of equity on all of those fronts. For example, in this ordinance, you may see that as that citation is processed by the court for a violation of this proposed ordinance, the court can allow for community service in lieu of the fine and penalty. The court can. We do not have that power. But that does not apply to the cost recovery. But certainly, you're right. People are dumping because they can't afford to go to the dump, potentially, or because they're physically incapable. They don't have a truck. There's many aspects to this. We may be getting blood from a turnip or a stone, whatever the idiom is. There may not be funds to get there. That's why you'll never see a true 100% cost recovery in any county cost recovery program, because the funds just aren't there. But if we can get 40% or 60% or 80% of cost recovery, that's more dollars that we have going in to the coffers than we have right now. So every single aspect of the plan, of the ordinance, will have these complicated issues. I think the task force is dedicated to grappling with each of those in a San Joaquin County specific way, with input from San Joaquin County stakeholders. Susie has already raised, Stockton has currently a project that just went to council that brings in nonprofit groups for some of the eradication efforts. Do we have other partnerships that we can make for, for some of the cleanups? I mean, there are so many components to this and so many things to balance. And so many limitations by both state law and potentially equity issues. It will be an ongoing conversation forever.
Well, the community service, I get it. I guess my question would be, I know it's not eligible for the county costs, but community service can be very valuable because it assists, for example, our public works from having to go out and expend their employee hours to do this. And I've been involved with individuals who do community service, and it can be a pain at times. However, the reason I say that is because you can't get blood out of a turnip. And the fact is if we're talking about, as Supervisor Patty talks about, several $1,000s, that's never going to happen. So, and I guess the question would be is and believe me, there's a network out there of individuals who partake in this type of venture. If we don't do anything because they can't afford it, and we do that, guess what? Nobody will do it. So again, who's going to pay? The people who have the money to pay the fine, et cetera. And that's not equity in my mind.
You raise a really good point about community service, and we did explore. There have been, right, again, this task force has been having these discussions for a long time through now one of, director, we're now in our second director for 3 departments. We did include originally, or we have explored an option where there is actually a county administered community service program for violators if they qualified. That is a high administrative cost and some liability. And so while we explored it, it wasn't quite ripe to propose that because it has to be staffed and administered and there's a cost. But if we are seeing a low percentage of cost recovery for exactly what you're saying, that may be at the 6-month mark or the 1-year mark, where we ask this board if that's something that interests you, if you see the low cost recovery numbers maybe being bolstered by a county administered community service alternative, and that's where we would look at that. And of course, right now we don't have numbers of how many violators, how many of each type of violator. That data would then feed that question and, of course, inform that answer.
Good, and I appreciate that. I want to make one last comment. I really appreciate Supervisor Laputa and his Chief of Staff, Chris Rupe, in writing an outstanding board letter.
Thank you.
I always appreciate when we get enough information that we can actually review it before the meeting, as opposed to getting.
Thank you, Chair. Well, would it be okay if Chris said a few words? He worked really hard on this.
Absolutely.
Chris, you want to comment on this? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Laputa, Chairman, members of the board, and thank you to everybody who participated in this task force. Everybody had an input in this. This is just the foundation. This is just the foundation because we're going to layer it. We see that there's other opportunities on part of the educational component, working with our garbage haulers, creating with our apartment complexes that don't have the ability to do curbside service pickups. We see that's a problematic area where they're dumping, discussing with the farmers, discussing what you said, your suggestion about partnering up with the crews going out. That's what Susie's working in. That's what the city of Stockton just recently did with the 209 CARES, Greater Valley Conservation Corps, and so forth. This is going to be layered, and there's going to be multiple components to this. Going after those, I call them Craigslist haulers, the ones that go by your house and say, I'll pay, give me $80 and I'll haul it away for you. You know what they do with it. Eliminating that, getting a permit process, on and on and on. So this is just the beginning. This is important that we get this passed now and we move forward. And like I say, with the fines, we can always go up. It's harder to go down, easier to go up because City of San Jose, they found out they're at $10,000. That didn't do anything. That didn't stop nothing. Their dumping incidents increased. So we're going to be enforcing more on the educational component. And it's just not, they know not to dump, but it allows them to know where all the opportunities are for them to dump at. The increase of free dumpster day events, the curbside pickups, because one of the biggest things we hear, we just had a recent free dumpster day at the Garden Acres Community Center, was we didn't know about this. You guys had this, or we just came from a different area. We just came from Tracy, or we came from Davis Road. And I tell them, well, we had one over there. We had one over there. We didn't know. So that's the big thing. And then also to get the cities involved, because it has to be, in order to be successful, it has to be uniformed. Work with the city of Stockton for them to mirror this ordinance, and then to where your cities, if it's Tracy, Manteca, Lodi, and so forth, it would be more effective if we're uniformed. So that's probably the big next step right there. So thank you, Supervisor Laputa. Thank you for your leadership in this. And
oh, you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thanks, Coach.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Such a powerhouse.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm, so we still have to have a second reading, correct?
Correct. And
And
that
then-
will be, I'm sorry, I believe that will be agendized for the September 13th.
And then from 30 days from that, then we can start enforcing, correct?
Yes, Supervisor.
All right, thank you. And with that, Chair, everybody have any question, I'll make a motion.
I need public comment first.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, so Roger Kelly.
Okay, I've been involved in this for a long time. Tori invited me early on, and so a lot of the things I wanted to talk about, you've already discussed. The big thing to me is let's pass it, and we can always make it better. But waiting, we can't do that. I live in a hot spot. I ride my bike down River Road almost daily, and sometimes I'll see stuff dumped every day, or oftentimes more than once a day. It's horrific. And if it doesn't get picked up in a timely fashion, it ends up in the Calaveras River. Then the only ones who are going to pick it up are Tracy's group. We get a dock, we do something. It's the only way it gets picked up. So I really want to see something happen. We keep talking about license plates. We've got to have something in here that these people who are doing this kind of stuff, a lot of them don't even have license plates. we can identify vehicles without license plates as well as with license plates. And there needs to be some kind of verbiage in there saying so, because I've chased down all kinds of people on River Road with no plates, but I know where the vehicle is. And most of these people who are repetitive, I know where they're at. And so do a lot of the people that Tracy knows. So we can find them. And as far as the lower fines, yeah, I wish they were higher. But if we can get Dave Tolliver's crew, and to their point, they said this grappling truck is $500,000. What do you think the hourly rate is on that truck and 2 guys? I don't care if it takes them 15 minutes. We got an hour minimum, should be 2 or 3 hours, maybe 4 hours minimum on that truck time, because by the time you leave the courtyard to get to the site, get it back, 2 county guys, pension, benefits, workman's comp, we're talking some dollars. Whoever can pay, make them pay. We got to do something. And I think if we can start recovering part of that and the fine, it's going to make a difference. I can't wait to see the cameras in action. We had some from a private security firm. Smalley's put some of his out, and we did see some people. But we couldn't do anything about it because of the way the laws were written. It would be a game changer when this happens. It'll be much easier on everyone. Having citizens help, you know that we've been a part of helping. We're getting burnt out. We need action. We need it taken now. Let's make it better as we go, but let's make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Glaves.
Good afternoon. In regards to community service, I think that's huge. If it was their first conviction, 8 hours community service, 16 for the second, 24 for the fourth. When you start digging into their weekends and their fun time, we start to see difference. When we talk about illegal dumping on our waterways, we have to think about who's going to remove that trash from the water. Currently, San Joaquin County does not have the equipment or the ability to remove that trash. So what I would like to look down the future is us to fall back onto Fish and Game's 5652 ordinance, and which is their illegal dumping ordinance, 150 feet from the high water mark. Increase those fines. Because if it's dumped on the levee, eventually it's going to go into our waterways. And that's what we're seeing. And we don't have the ability to remove that trash. So we're going to make, that might give us a possibility to develop a program to contract with someone that's going to be able to help with the environmental victimization of our waterways. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Clerk of the board, any comments? Oh, Tori?
Chairman, members of the board, CAO, County Council, and Madam Clerk. I just wanted to take this time to thank Zoe Merrill, County Council, Mark Miles, and Susie Saris, as well as Chris Rupe, and Tracy Glaves, and Roger Kelly. They've been on this from the get-go, along with my team over here, Kibby Day and Jeff Durman. They've been working on this from the very beginning, and it's a complex issue because currently the state of the laws in California are very limited, and they haven't moved and changed to really address illegal dumping and blight in waterways. And Tracy just mentioned a critical step in 5625 Fish and Games. And I think that too is the next direction we go in, is looking at these laws that give us more powers and tools to do so. Because when looking at Penal Code Section 347.3, which makes illegal dumping on private or public property a misdemeanor felony, depending on the kind of items that are dumped, it's punishable up to $10,000, which sounds good, but under Paren H and Paren 1, the misdemeanor has to occur. There has to be 3 prior offenses where the individual has to be identified, and I cannot have a strict liability like you were talking about, Supervisor Rickman, offense. And that really narrows the scope of where and how we can move on this issue. To have 3 people caught and identified, and I think the sheriff addressed it earlier, is very difficult, that we would literally drive up and catch them 3 times within a period of time and have over 1 cubic yard and prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So some of the things that we can look at institutionally here within our county and the changes we can make by having an ordinance such as this moves us away from the cumbersome laws that are not reflective of what's really happening here in California and gives us that complete flexibility. So thank you to this committee for giving us this tool and remedy. But the next step too, and of course we're looking at impounding vehicles, which is an appropriate tool in this, as well as human trafficking and other issues that we're looking at. But the next thing we need to be looking at is really pushing California laws to change, to give us more tools and opportunities to hold these individuals accountable. And the last thing is we have to look at the tools that we do have right now. For example, I live on a small farm. I have illegal dumping all the time. A new threshold was a motorhome was dumped in my front of my vineyard. When I contacted the sheriff's office, and they were fantastic, our community car is outstanding in Acampo, he had a good point. We had to ticket it for 72 hours under California law, so it had to sit in my front yard for 72 hours, this rather used and worn down motorhome. And then at the end of the 72 hours, if nobody made a claim against it, I then had to pay to have it towed. And because it had black waste, it's a very expensive tow because tow trucks don't want to take it. And because it was in poor shape, tow trucks were concerned about towing it and things falling off of it. So it became potentially a $500 journey for me as a property owner and as a farmer. Very frustrating. And so one of the tow companies, and I tell this story, said to me, well, why don't I just tow it to a public spot? And I said, well, I don't know if you know, but it's not legal, so we can't do that. You probably don't want to admit that to me next time. But it goes to show that the law was working in a way that was making it so people were finding other ways to get around the punitive impact. So we have to look at ourselves and say, okay, how can we change and how can we internally make rules and regulations that are effective, but give the victim a place to move forward, and for the victim not to become a defendant, because that's really what I would have been. I would have been towing my problem and dumping it on somebody else's. And I'm sure there are people out there that probably took that journey. So we need to kind of figure out how we can work better with our legislation in order to do so. But I want to thank Supervisor Villapudua and Chris Rupe as Chief of Staff. They have been just outstanding on this. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, all right, seeing no other comments, turn it back to the board.
Can you make a motion to accept the report and thank everyone involved?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Please vote.
Chairman, quick question. Is this coming back to the board in 30 days, and will there be some revisions to what we've talked about based on feedback?
6 months, I think.
No, it's coming back for...
Through the chair, Supervisor Patty. So it has to come back for adoption. That'll come back at the next meeting. There will be some numbering revisions made to this ordinance before it comes back at the next meeting.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to the next item, which is approval responses to the grand jury reports.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Nguyen, members of the board, CAO Wilberding and County Council Myers, Sandy Regallo, Assistant County Administrator. I would like to start by describing the duties and responsibilities of the civil grand jury and the responsibilities of the county. The grand jury has a duty to address citizens' concerns regarding the operation of local government entities. The civil grand jury is comprised of 19 citizens who are impaneled annually for a one-year term to examine and investigate local governmental activities within our county. Responsibilities include the examination of all aspects of county government, including school and special assessment districts, to ensure that the county is being governed lawfully, efficiently, and that the public monies are being handled appropriately. The grand jury submits a final report of its findings and recommendations to the presiding judge of Superior Court and sends the same to each of the board members for the county's response. The county has the obligation to respond to findings and recommendations and submit to the presiding judge within 90 days. If the grand jury issues findings and/or recommendations to an elected official, the elected official has 60 days to submit their response to the presiding judge. Responses to findings must be agree, disagree, wholly or partially with the finding, and responses to recommendations should be has been implemented, will be implemented, requires further analysis, or will not be implemented. The 21-22 grand jury issued one new report, Cybersecurity Local Defense Against a Global Threat, case number 0321, and 4 follow-up requests. Mickey Grove Zoo, case number 0218, illegal dumping, case number 0519, a fragmented COVID-19 response, case number 0120, and independent special districts, case number 0220. I will not be going over the response on independent special districts, as Jeff Woltkamp, our auditor controller, submitted his responses separately to the presiding judge. I will now briefly go over each case. As stated earlier, only one new case was received, case number 0321, Cybersecurity Local Defense Against a Global Threat, and it involves our Information Systems Division. The grand jury had 2 findings and 1 recommendation. The first finding, F1.1, is San Joaquin County does not have a formal internal policy concerning payments or procedures in ransomware attacks. This absence of policy could cause confusion, delay, and greater loss of security in the event of such an attack. ISD concurs with the finding. The second finding, F1.2, San Joaquin County has an exemplary profile regarding cybersecurity and should serve as a model for other government agencies within San Joaquin County. Of course, ISD concurs with this finding. The recommendation by the grand jury is by November 1, 2022, the County Board of Supervisors, in conjunction with the County ISD, develop, adopt, and implement a formal internal policy and procedure for response to a ransomware attack. Our response is that it will be implemented. The process has already begun, but may extend beyond November 1, 2022. The next 3 cases I will go over are all follow-up previous grand jury findings and recommendations. In case number 0218, Mickey Grove Zoo, the 21-22 grand jury followed up on a grand jury finding and recommendation made by the 2021 grand jury. The finding was that Mickey Grove Zoo still does not have zoo accreditation. The recommendation was that County General Services present its findings regarding zoo accreditation, including timeline, to the board by December 31st, 2021. GSD presented an accreditation plan to your board on December 14th, 2021. Therefore, the 21-22 grand jury determined to take no further action. The next 3 slides are related to illegal dumping. The board just approved the introduction and waived the first reading of an illegal dumping ordinance. In addition, staff was directed to implement the 3 E's plan. Once the ordinance is adopted and becomes effective 30 days thereafter, the plan will be carried out by the county's illegal dumping task force and the recommendations of the grand jury to adopt an enforceable ordinance to deter illegal dumping, approve a plan to effectively monitor the surveillance cameras, and develop a plan to equitably share costs for illegal dumping removal throughout the county will be addressed and implemented. Please note, a correction needs to be made to Attachment C in your packet, which is the response to the grand jury on illegal dumping. In our response to recommendation R1 will be implemented, we state a draft ordinance will be agendized for introduction to the Board of Supervisors on August 23, 2022, and for adoption on September 23, 2022. Adoption of the ordinance is scheduled to take place at the September 13th, 2022 board meeting. This correction will be made prior to submitting to the presiding judge. And the last follow-up case is a fragmented COVID-19 response, case number 0120. The 21-22 grand jury had 4 findings and 4 recommendations. Finding F1.1, the development of a written policy with procedures and practical application exercises is in progress, but not yet completed, leaving the county lacking in preparedness for the next health emergency. The county partially agrees. While training needs exist, the county is not lacking preparedness for an emergency. Recommendation R1.1 is by September 30th, 2022, the Board of Supervisors, in conjunction with OES, develop, adopt, and implement a written policy with procedures and practical application exercises requiring annual testing to assess the overall coordination, effectiveness, and application of the county's emergency operations plan, including its emergency support function annexes. While the county plans to implement, the written policy will be presented to the county's Disaster Council for adoption in October of 2022 and to your board for adoption by November 30th, 2022. The remaining three findings and 3 recommendations are related to the review and audit of the county's emergency operations plan, the Public Health Emergency Preparedness Agreement, and the Emergency Response Plan. The county has engaged an independent contractor to perform a comprehensive after-action report and improvement plan. The report and improvement plan is scheduled to be completed by December 31st, 2022, and will be presented to your board. This concludes my overview, and we recommend the board approve the responses to the 21-22 grand jury reports and authorize the chairman to sign a letter, including the responses to the presiding judge of the Superior Court. Thank you, and department heads and staff are available to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay. I want to thank all our department heads for their attentiveness to the requests from the grand jury. Especially I want to thank our Director of General Services in regards to what you're doing at Mickey Grove, certainly the accreditation, and I appreciate the presentations you've made. And to our ISD, Mark Thomas, thank you for being on top of these things, and hopefully this omission, I guess, would be corrected quickly. And then lastly, to Greg Dieterich, in regards to the public health services, I tend to disagree to some extent, because I think that you and your staff and OES and all the public health officials did a tremendous job during a time of chaos to put together, especially when we were talking about trying to rush the vaccines out to the public. Working with the fire departments, et cetera, was an extraordinary effort. I want to certainly thank you and pass it on to your staff on their efforts. So without any other questions, thank you. And then we'll move on to any public comment.
Oh, please.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Oh, okay. All right. So any motion? And a second.
I would move to approve this very thorough and responsive presentation and approve sending the responses on to the grand jury.
Second motion.
Okay. Motion second. Please vote. And that's adopted 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 4, approval to forego share of proceeds from sale of property in Manteca intended for homeless navigation center. Mr. Wilverding.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members of the board. Before I start, I want to read something into the record that changed on the original board letter, and it didn't get updated and put into the agenda today. There's actually 3 items under the recommendation, and this will be item number 2, which will come right after item number 1, and I quote, "Number 2, find that there is a public benefit in providing funds to address homelessness and that the public benefit is served by foregoing the county's prorated share of proceeds from the sale of a property at 682 South Main Street, Manteca, California." And I just want to clarify that by foregoing these proceeds, the proceeds will actually be provided to the city for the shelter costs. They won't be foregone and reverted back to the successor agency. So with that said, the reason I wanted to have this as a discussion item is because it's a fairly complicated thing that I wanted to roll out for the board and the public to let them know really what this is all about and how the county is wanting to fulfill its commitment to funding capital on one-time provisioning for homelessness. As you may recall, last July 13th, 2021, $2.0 million was appropriated for the city of Manteca, along with 2 other city appropriations on that day. And there was not the property that was intended, it turned out not to be this property. This property was actually secured in April of this year, of 2022, and Manteca purchased the property from the Manteca successor agency. So what a successor agency is for those of us who can recall the redevelopment dissolution back in 2012, successor agencies took over from the redevelopment agencies, and they brought along with them properties, obligations, and a whole lot more, including administrative issues that needed to be contended with. So how does this all work, and how do we come up with this amount that I'm talking about foregoing? Whenever there is revenue that gets funded to these successor agencies, it goes through what's called a waterfall. It's actually Health and Safety Code 34188, and the revenue gets added to the top of the calculation, and it works its way down. If there's any obligations that need to be satisfied through that revenue, any pass-throughs, any administrative costs, and whatever is left over is called the residual. The residual is allocated among the jurisdictions that reside in the project area. There are a number of those here. Those are the jurisdictions mentioned in the board letter. Well, what happened is there were no the property was purchased for $1.7 million, and fortunately there were no obligations against it. So the whole thing went through the waterfall and gets to be allocated to those jurisdictions. Because the county is a big jurisdiction in the project area, it wound up essentially getting a rebate of $341,000 back. So the county had committed to make $2 million contribution to this project, and essentially, if we accept this rebate, if you will, through the residual distribution, we'll only be contributing functionally 1.65. So what the city has asked, actually they asked a number of the jurisdictions, and what we are recommending is that we turn around and give back the $341,000. That will still bring our commitment up to 2.0 million. And what it will also do is since the city had committed to pay the 2 million or the 1.7 and accept the 2 million, it will actually boost by $341,000 what they get, because they didn't know they were going to purchase from a successor agency property. So we're not the only ones apparently who are considering doing this. As you will see later on in our board meeting today, the San Joaquin Flood Control District is also asking to forego their $2,640 worth as well. My also understanding is that South San Joaquin Irrigation District is considering this, as well as the Mosquito and Vector District and the City of Manteca. So we're not the only one who are proposing going down this path. And so with that, I am recommending as a further commitment to our homeless funding for our cities that I recommend approval for this. I'd like to open it up for any discussion any of you may have.
Any questions? Seeing none. Any public comment? Okay, no public comment. All right. I need a motion second.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to item number 5, CEO oral report on the funding of the Stockton Shelter Plan.
Thank you, Chair. So my original intent was to provide a oral report on the status of the funding that we had received from Stockton City at the end of June. As you may recall, during the 2022-23 budget hearing this past June, your board appropriated $6.5 million for one-time capital for a Stockton shelter plan. And the amount was derived from a shelter plan presented to this board by city manager and a consultant last summer in 2021. The expectations during the 22-23 budget appropriation was that Stockton would provide a plan to the county consistent with appropriation guidelines with the plans previously provided for similar shelter projects in Tracy, Lodi, and Manteca. We just talked about the $341,000 in extra money to Manteca. Well, on June 30th, this was about a week and a half after the appropriation, I received a funding proposal from the Stockton City Manager. And the proposal was analyzed and it was evaluated by the County Administrator's Office, General Services Department, Healthcare Services, County Council, and CAO. And just to note, the city had conducted an RFP process and they selected the Salvation Army to develop and operate the shelter. So they're not doing it by themselves, they're doing it in conjunction with the Salvation Army. And from our evaluation, county staff, we saw issues with the structure of the property's acquisition. Specifically, it was surrounding the lease that they had proposed, and also the physical condition of the property that they were looking at. We communicated those concerns to the city manager, and I had numerous dialogues with him and sent a memo detailing our concerns at the end of July. It was actually July 28th, and was prepared to present to this board what those were. However, this past Thursday on August 18th, and it was after the final agenda was posted, the city manager presented an alternative plan, and it had a completely different financial structure, and it was pointing at a different property. And we took an initial review, the county staff did, as well as myself, and essentially the city's making a pivot. They're going to a completely new project under a completely new structure, and this pivot actually addresses most of our concerns. And it has the potential to do what the appropriation was intended to do. So this was a huge improvement. It was at the last minute. The agenda was already made. I was kind of half tempted to pull it back, but I thought since we had gone this far and people were expecting it, I would come forward and essentially talk about what I'm talking about right now. So currently, there's a letter of intent in process between the Salvation Army and the owner of this property. And it's for a lease purchase option. And it looks very viable from what we see at this preliminary stage. And so at this point, I'd like to pass on presenting any further information on this initial plan. And if necessary, I'll provide an update on this new, greatly improved plan. So with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation.
Questions? I have a, Supervisor Patty, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Through the chair to CAO. I see we've got Adam Cheshire here. Could maybe he come on down and answer a couple questions on this?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So since the county brought you on to oversee homeless initiatives, plans, integrations, things like that, I mean, would that be a proper job description?
Amongst other things, yeah.
Okay, so are you involved in this process with the city? Have you helped them get through the RFP process and bring forth?
Not directly with the city, no. No. It's certainly been in dialogue, certainly offered support, but really haven't been reached out to by the city. I know they moved forward with the RFP. Myself and Greg Dieterich have had multiple conversations with the relevant staff there, Carrie Wright in particular, regarding the plans, offering support, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. So there's multiple plans going on throughout the city. Which of those are you involved in?
I'm certainly familiar with what County Administrator Wilverding presented just now, or at least I've been briefed on some of those details, but I'm not aware of multiple plans. No.
Okay, well, just case in point, like I was talking with CAO Wilverding the other day about Gospel Rescue Center has a proposal to expand. So are you working on that with them?
I see what you're saying. So, yeah, that would be independent of the city of Stockton itself, right? But, yeah, again, I'm familiar with those. Certainly the county's put some money towards that project. I'm not sure what the status of that is now. I know they have a new CEO there, Dave Madura, our Rotary mate, and so haven't had a chance to talk to him about that yet.
Are you planning on it?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. Okay. I've certainly sent a couple of emails to Dave. I think he's been pretty occupied right now.
Okay. Yeah, speaking with him, he reached out to me and I believe other supervisors about getting some funding for his project as well. So I'm just wondering how much integration you're having with your office to the universe of the homeless challenge that we have here in the county.
Certainly, right now, in terms of the future of these projects and the county's role, I think the biggest thing that I'm involved in is planning around our HAP3 allocation. Certainly the city of Stockton has its own allocation. The Continuum of Care does as well. That's going to be about $15 million all told. And I think to some extent those funds are going to be utilized to either support these projects in some way, get them over the finish line, whatever they might need.
And that was kind of where my curiosity. So what is in the pipeline from the state or the Fed, for that matter, through HUD, that would help some of these? You're seeing, we as a county have helped with the startup costs. And then if the city's proposal comes to us and that gets approved by this board, that would be another initiation to get us started. What's the dialogue at the city, at the state and or federal level for any ongoing funds for operation, expansion, navigation, services, things of that nature?
So as I've kind of told this story before, in terms of the federal funding that's being made available, that's a little bit more limited, and I think that's a sort of an effect of it being spread nationally. The state of California has, in my estimation, done a much better job, whatever that might mean, in terms of making sure that communities are better resourced. The Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program is by far at the top of the list in terms of what we're planning on, in terms of the number, the amount. But also the timeline. We're expecting, or at least I'm hoping, that we'll be able to put those funds out to RFP sometime this fall, hopefully before the end of the year. That's going to depend on the state's actions. Certainly the California Interagency Council on Homelessness, which is now the state agency that is sort of the primary overseer of these funds, does not necessarily act quickly. And sometimes I think...
Shocking.
Yeah, you're telling me. And sometimes I think there's sort of a miscommunication going on internally so that we're hearing one thing from one group and another from another. But, ultimately, I don't mean to tell sort of pessimistic story. They're moving in a direction, and it's getting us towards, again, implementing these projects.
So from the research I've done, and I'm sure there's people can have different opposing researches and such, but a lot of articles I've read, there's many shortcomings for, like, let's say a Housing First project doesn't require sobriety. There's no requirement for a person having a job or paying rent or anything. It's just they're going to be paid for by the taxpayers for all of eternity as long as they occupy that place, is what I'm told. And just these are information I've gathered from articles I've read. And we're seeing, like, programs like St. John's up in Sacramento, very successful, months long of rehabilitation and gateway programs to get better. So this shelter idea that some of the cities have come forth to bring forward, and Stockton homeless shelters expanding and gospel rescue centers looking to expand for these shelter services. But it's going to be a budget issue on a regular basis. So what dialogue in the state level, since as you point out, the state does have, had billions of dollars of surplus last year, are they having any discussion? Is there any narrative that we need to be supporting these navigation centers for mental health services, for drug treatment, which we know, I mean, you speak to some people and they say it's 99% drug issues out there, whether that's an exaggeration or accurate, I'm not here to judge that. But is there any dialogue at the state level that we could think that if we're putting together, perhaps you've had an opportunity to work with our former supervisor and current Assemblyman Villaputua. Have you worked in his office or talked with him about dialogue in Sacramento and moving the narrative of bringing dollars into navigation centers, especially if there's county and city partnerships?
So the story that we continue to hear or see from the state, and certainly this is true at the federal level as well, but, I think the state is, again, providing the bulk of the resources, is that they are going to be investing in communities like San Joaquin County at once, one-time funding opportunities. Ongoing fund, in terms of a dialogue that perhaps this board could funnel up to that level, ongoing support for these projects is essential. And there's a tangential issue here, which is not necessarily related to homelessness, but I think, and certainly Greg Dieterich would have more eloquent details about this than I would, because it's really not in my wheelhouse. But board and care facilities are terribly underfunded, as I understand it, and that really addresses a big concern in terms of that mental health population that you're talking about and their inability to access or maintain stable housing on their own. So not just in terms of asking the state for ongoing funding for homeless services specifically, but also for these sort of tangential residential services that are ongoing, that are potentially permanent, that would really, I think, make a big dent in what we would recognize as chronic homelessness, unsheltered homelessness, and the sort of very visible effects of homelessness that we see, right outside our front door here.
Mm-hmm. But is there any dialogue of talk about continued funding? You say they're looking at one-time funding for use of like the Project Room Key or Project Home Key or something like that. Is there anybody having dialogue, perhaps yourself, would be speaking with some administrative representatives up in Sacramento, talking about, hey, we're getting navigation centers going, and there is evidence that navigation centers would be a productive, and you obviously went to Haven for Hope in San Antonio, and we look at some of these, a different approach versus you're addicted to drugs, you're homeless, you're couch surfing, you got an apartment now that's hundreds of thousands of dollars, up to even $1 million down in Southern California, and no sobriety is required, no job is required. We're going to pay your electricity, pay your food, we'll pay your cable, we'll pay your drug delivery, perhaps even in some instances during COVID. So at some point, is there any dialogue to shift away from that project, that process, and move more to the navigation center type approach that this region is looking to incorporate?
No, I mean, in terms of housing first, it's a federal standard, and that kind of policy trickles down, so to speak. It remains a state standard, remains a county standard, and City of Stockton, for example. Housing first is really pertaining to permanent housing and permanent supportive housing, and saying that it is not effective to make a condition of continued housing participation in supportive services. That really is counterproductive to the goals of permanent supportive housing. Emergency shelter isn't really in that vein, right? It's about emergency shelter. You don't have a lease. So supportive services are provided through emergency shelters and navigation centers, and they're integral to that. But there really typically isn't an expectation necessarily, for example, at a night-by-night shelter like Stockton Shelter for the Homeless, it's virtually impossible to require somebody to take advantage of supportive services when, they could be leaving for a week and then coming back a week later for staying for a few nights, right? Permanent supportive housing, where we're offering a rental assistance program with supportive services for somebody in a unit where they are living ongoing. That's where you can really make an impact in terms of those supportive services and Housing First.
Well, that's debatable. There's a lot of articles that say flat out Housing First model has failed, but I'm not here to debate that. We may have in San Joaquin County amazing accomplishments getting people sober, but multiple articles were written in the last year that's been an absolute abject failure, and that they need to have more levels of integration. Just putting somebody in an apartment and giving them the keys doesn't mean they have to go to sobriety classes or go to job training classes. Doesn't mean they have to engage in anything. They just may be still doing their drugs and not wanting anything more, which is exactly what's happening by a vast majority of the people that they're putting into the apartments. So, but again, not debate. I'm just wondering where the dialogue's going as we're having these shelters coming up and going online. All efforts are great. I appreciate it. And the use of funds. You were here. We're talking about it, so we don't oftentimes get the chance to kind of get an update what's going on at the state level, what your fingers on the pulse might be, or what's being said, and if there's any promotion for some of the support services that are needed, which doesn't sound like there is. Sounds like it's all about let's stabilize them, give them an apartment, and everybody's good, is kind of what I'm hearing the state is with.
So, and this is not just at the state level, it's also at the federal level through
Sure.
the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness, for example. And I've said this before to this board. The goal is to move people from the streets into a temporary situation, emergency shelter, for example. You could take multiple forms, and into permanent stable housing, whatever that means, whether that's supported housing through rental assistance or whether they're maintaining that on their own. So the focus of the funding, the focus of the policies that are driven by the funding are going to continue to be, I think, centered on that end goal of moving people quickly through the system, quickly through emergency shelter, quickly through a navigation center. I mean, that's what navigation is all about, right? Navigating them to permanent housing through the provision of intensive supportive services. That goal is going to continue to be the focus, I think, for the foreseeable future. I mean, and in perpetuity.
Right. So if that goal going through the services, we need to make sure that we're accentuating the services. So is there any dialogue in Sacramento to enhance and support those services?
Well, that's the nature of permanent supportive housing, right? The supportive piece is about the supportive services. I mean, you know, I've been before this board talking about the Victory Gardens project, for example, and there are multiple projects we could talk about in terms of permanent supportive housing that the county has contributed to and made possible. You cannot access the funds through the VHHP program, the Veterans Housing Homelessness Prevention program, for example, unless you are demonstrating to the state that you are offering supportive services. We have talked about Project Home Key. You mentioned it just a moment ago. You cannot access a Home Key award from the state of California unless you, as the developer and the applicant, are demonstrating that you are going to be providing supportive services, intensive supportive services at the level that they demand, they meaning the state, for that project. And it's not just enough to say that you're going to do it. You have to, demonstrate that. So again, those services are going to be the central component of this type of housing. And really, in terms of, if we're talking about folks who are, living day to day unsheltered and are chronically homeless and struggling with really profound issues in their lives, realistically, it's that permanent supportive housing that's going to be their best bet to get them off of the streets and away from our businesses and, et cetera, in the waterways.
After again, we're not here to debate that. We've seen, and I've read plenty of testimonies that if they were put into an apartment right away, they'd still continue the drug habit, but having gone through a great program like St. John's, they're now sober, reconnected with their children, their family, and onward. So you couldn't the end game was putting into an apartment where it's all paid for and they have no support services that are required. They just would be in that apartment doing their drugs. So I think, we're kind of dancing around the subject, and I'm just trying to find out what was going on up in Sacramento. But it doesn't sound like there's any priority on the emergency shelter navigation system that we're incorporating locally, is what I'm gathering from what you're saying.
Priority at the state level?
at the state level, any dollars coming down to the counties?
Certainly, we've prioritized it, right? I mean, we've gotten significant funding from the state, millions of dollars over the last several years. We've attended multiple groundbreakings in Tracy and Lodi, the Behavioral Health Services, for lack of a better term, shelter. We just attended a groundbreaking there. I mean, we've seen major investments in emergency shelter using state dollars primarily, but also some federal dollars. In San Joaquin County by this board, but also by the city councils.
Operating expenses for the shelters.
Capital, and also supportive services. And all of those are really coming online now. So, you know, again, in terms of the prioritization, I mean, the state has said, yes, you can use these funds for emergency shelters. San Joaquin County has said, yes, we want to use these funds for that. And what we're seeing after, you know, a couple of years of work, which is typically the timelines we're talking about in terms of building something in California, is these investments starting to come online, right? Groundbreakings. We're waiting for the ribbon cuttings, but the groundbreakings are happening.
And that's a lot of the groundbreakings have been behavioral health related.
Well, there
was
housing, shelter. Certainly, yeah. Behavioral health services, I mean, has a really unique and awesome project that I'm very much looking forward to seeing open, and I think is going to be a huge tool, certainly for law enforcement and others. But, you know, we could talk about Stockton Shelter. We can talk about the city of Tracy. We just got done talking about the city of Manteca, and certainly they've gotten a big investment from the state in terms of that special budget appropriation of $16 million. So between all of those things, I mean, you talk about state priorities. Sure, shelter is there. I don't think it's necessarily a question of are we prioritizing shelter over housing. It's about saying we need shelter to support the move into housing, right? We need to get people off the streets, get them stabilized,
sure,
get them into that permanent housing where they can stabilize themselves, so to speak, or at least stand on their own. You know, drugs or no, or, you know, sort of the debate notwithstanding.
No, we want people stable, sober, stable, and reconnected, and that would be a great happy ending to the story. A person is reconnected and able to, you know, re-engage with family and whatever. So I get it. I appreciate. Like I said, you were here, wanted to get an update. I'm asking questions, kind of stressing it from different angles, because I'm constantly asked. Honestly, this is the number one thing I'm asked about on a regular basis. So I wanted to get an update on what was happening and kind of get, find out where the state was on these things. Have you sat down and met with our Assemblyman Villaputua?
No, I have not.
So you might want to,
okay.
Since you are a representative for homeless, and he's our state representative. He's up there having dialogue about the issues as well, and maybe let him know what's happening regionally.
I will say I've met with his staff many times, but the assembly member himself, no.
Gotcha. Okay. No, then with staff, oftentimes even better, perhaps.
Understood. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That is all. Thanks.
Any other questions? I always appreciate, Mr. Cheshire, and your information that updates us on what's going on at the federal, state, and local level. So thank you for the update.
My pleasure.
To Mr. Wolverding, I'm a little bit confused in regards to this changing proposals, because I'm only aware of the June 14th Stockton City Council, getting back to the agenda item, the Stockton City Council's approval of a proposal that I'm assuming was the one that was here until last Thursday, which dealt with the $6.5 million that we have offered to help the city of Stockton, but also in the article that I read in the record in regards to $2.2 million for a 10-year lease, and then possibly another $1.3 million of ARPA funds for operation. Was that in essence the original proposal that was submitted by the city of Stockton to us?
Chairman, yes, it was. It was. I can tell you how many pages it was. It was a fairly lengthy 130-page proposal that they submitted. That it went through their city council. It came to me. It laid out all the details of the plans and pretty much everything that the Salvation Army had coordinated with the property owner out on, I think it was 1180 South Airport Way.
Well, it was interesting in the article I read in the record. One of the comments from I think it was Councilmember Joebrook, was the 2.2 million for the 10-year lease for a 2-year operation that was originally supposedly funded. He offered that would probably buy a building as opposed to providing a lease. In your review of that particular proposal, was that your assessment as far as not just the expenditure in regards to the lease agreement for 10 years, but also, which is an upfront payment as I understand, but also the renovation costs for the particular building to update it for use for the particular shelter for the Salvation Army?
That's correct. Actually, there were a couple of little overheads that I had put together. If you wouldn't mind putting one of them up, I guess it'll be easier. A picture's worth 1,000 words. If you can just scroll to the next item. That's it right there. So the funding request was actually not for the 6.5 million. It was for 8 million, just over 8.1 million. And I would have had to come back to the board and ask for additional funds in order to do that. You can see where the 8.1 million comes from. It's a 10-year lease. I've got highlighted in the small paragraph above it, the agreement with the landlord is to enter into a 10-year lease with an optional 5-year renewal. It is proposed that the first 10 years of the lease will be paid up front with the capital grant. So that was a $2.2 million upfront. And what was it? It was supposed to support $119,000 a month lease costs. There's construction and renovations of $4.9 million. That was underneath it. Additional costs, which were permitting and miscellaneous, for almost $900,000, and that's what totaled the 8.1.
Okay, so
go ahead.
So beyond the 6.5 million that the board has originally authorized, there was additional costs, especially for the 2.2 million for the $19,000 a month lease for 10 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm assuming that the city of Stockton was hoping that we would increase the amount that we would authorize for that additional cost, correct?
They were. They had. They actually put together. It was a resolution asking for the 8.1 million and laying out the whole thing. The packet that I got was a supporting packet for the resolution that had gone in front of their city council earlier that month.
Well, I guess, and maybe you would know. I'm sure you've dealt with their city manager, Black. This thing is, we've had this for quite a while, the original proposal, correct, as far as review and proposal to fund?
I received the proposal on June 30th, which, as I said in my original remarks, was about a week and a half after the appropriation was made. And essentially, I circulated it into the hands of the folks that I mentioned, or, general services, obviously, because they're going to vet this, with the auditor controller, behavioral health, Greg Dieterich, and Adam, who you just heard from extensively, all took a good look at it. And really, we came up with four, since you're asking, I'm just going to kind of power through it, 4 items that we really had issues with. The one was the additional ask, which we would have been I would have supported had it been for something that I thought we could have hung our hats on, so to speak. But the $2.2 million lease cost is an upfront 10-year payment. And we had numerous issues with that. That was I called it a non-starter. I consulted with our county counsel, Mr. Miles, and essentially it amounted to a gift of public funds. I had some documentation I could show that would demonstrate why that is so. It's also an upfront loan. I mean, we were provisioning this landowner this money up front so they could do other things with it. And, the project was only funded for 2 years, even though we had a 10-year lease. And we were being asked to put almost $5 million of improvement in the building, which, in addition to putting $5 million out there, the building was in pretty poor shape. It wasn't like you had tenant improvements of moving walls or constructing cubes or lowering ceilings. These were things, structural improvements. The building was structurally unsound, roof replacement, door replacements of all the doors, all the windows, the boilers, the HVAC needed replacement, the sprinkler system needed replacement, and a whole lot more. And so putting that kind of an improvement on a 10-year prepaid lease, I didn't think it made a lot of sense.
Well, I guess that's my question, because I know based upon the number of pages and certainly the time and the approval by the Stockton City Council, this thing has been moving forward and has sit here till last Thursday, and then all of a sudden it's gone or replaced by another document. How thick is the current document? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I actually have it right in front of me here. Let me pull it up. Right now it's just a 3-page letter of intent, but it does address a lot of the issues that I had just talked about. It's got 4 5-year lease options. It's an initial 5-year lease with 3 subsequent 5-year options, which would be a total of 20-year lease. It's got a purchase option between years 3 and 5. The base rent is $16,500 a month, which is less than the other one. And the building is committed to, let me hang on here, it talks about the shape of the building. Premises shall be in broom swept clean condition with all mechanical, HVAC, plumbing, roof, electrical, lighting, grade level doors, man doors and dock doors in good repair and operating condition. So the improvements that they would make would be much less substantial, I would expect, and also it would be, I wouldn't say move-in ready, but ultimately I would think they would want to purchase the building if they're going to go after a lease purchase option. And even if they leased it for 20 years, a 20-year lease is fairly substantial. And it's a month-to-month payment, as I understand from the LOI.
As opposed to the original one, which was a upfront payment for 10 years, correct?
Of $2.2 million, correct.
But there was no purchase option in that agreement, is that
my understanding is that the owner did not want to sell the property.
So there would be a $5 million investment in the building, and yet the city wouldn't have ownership at the end of the 10-year lease?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm curious that we go from a 130-page document to a 3 or 4-page document. But I appreciate certainly the city of Stockton maybe changing their position. And then you're evaluating it currently, and it'll eventually come to the board, I assume.
That's correct. And we're working on this literally daily since we got this revised proposal last Thursday.
Okay. Supervisor Miller.
So does it look like at this point that the ask is within the $6.5 million that's been appropriated?
Can you say again, Supervisor Miller?
Does it appear that this most recent proposal from the city is within the originally approved $6.5 million?
My perspective would be you all have appropriated the 6.5. However, they wanted to lay this out. There's not an additional ask in what they sent me. So my understanding is the 6.5 million is still appropriated. It's still sitting there waiting to be used by the city for a worthy plan. And that's what we're targeting to get to.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the update. I also appreciate the city of Stockton moving forward with at least one that's within, I guess, the budget, for lack of a better term. So, again, thank you. All right, moving on to the next item. The approve commitment of American Rescue Plan funds for facility repairs, upgrades, and equipment purchases for the 8 community centers.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nguyen and members of the board. Connie Hart, Assistant Director of General Services. I have a presentation. I could put that up real quick. Okay, during the final budget hearings on June 23rd, your board directed staff to bring back a proposal for addressing facility-related issues at all 8 of our community centers and veterans halls within 60 days. And coincidentally, today is actually day 60. The recommendations before you today are in response to that board directive. Working in collaboration with the County Administrator's Office and the Human Services Agency, GSD is recommending the use of ARPA funds over 4 years in order to accomplish the goal of bringing the 8 community centers to the level of excellence that each community needs and deserves. Recommendation 1 before you is to commit 6.4, not appropriate, but commit 6.4 million in ARPA funds for this effort. Your approval today would obligate those funds as they need to be obligated under ARPA. Recommendation 2 would increase appropriation with offsetting revenue in HSA's Aging and Community Services budget by approximately $954,000 in this fiscal year to fund the purchase of equipment for all 8 community centers, and the list is quite extensive of all of the new pieces of equipment they need. This $954,000 is a portion of the $6.4 million that is planned for use in this fiscal year. And finally, recommendation 3 is to increase appropriation with offsetting revenue in GSD's facility management budget by $1.7 million this fiscal year to fund the high priority repairs that are necessary in all 8 community centers. This 1.7 is also a portion of the 6.4 million that is planned for use in this fiscal year. So we have a total request for 2.6 million of the 6.4 in ARPA funds to be used during 22-23. We will present requests for the additional appropriation pursuant to this plan in 23-24, 24-25, and 25-26 budgets. Just a little bit of background first. There are 8 county-owned community centers operated by the Aging and Community Services Bureau of HSA. All are located in unincorporated areas of the county. 5 are within the Stockton sphere of influence, 1 in Lodi, 1 in Tracy, and 1 in Thornton. Community centers offer a wide array of services such as senior lunch program, recreational and social activities, health clinics, volunteer opportunities, GED classes, internet access, the list goes on and on and on. We also, for the youth, have computer labs, homework help, tutoring clubs, art classes, and teen dances. Community centers, as you know, are a vital resource strategically positioned throughout the county to provide assistance to our most economically challenged communities. Additionally, there are a number of veterans halls located in the county. The veterans halls are not county-owned or maintained. So in order to respond to the directive that was presented by your board in June, the County Administrator's Office plans to proactively reach out to those veterans centers, those veterans halls, to assist them with the application for the non-county organization or NCO funding opportunity for the 23-24 budget year. I'll just mention that these 8 pictures before you were taken before the community centers, before we entered into a program to get them all painted. So the exteriors of Boggs Track, Larch, Clover, Taft, Thornton, and Northeast have received exterior paint jobs that are not actually depicted in these pictures. Lodi is scheduled for fall of this year. And then the other 2, Garden Acres and Kennedy, require a little more extensive work, and we're gathering estimates for that work now. So very soon, within a year, year and a half, we should have all 8 with brand new paint jobs. One of the major improvements we plan for all 8 community centers are new upgraded kitchens. Here are some examples of the current kitchens. I remember Supervisor Rickman mentioned the Brady Bunch kitchen in Larch Clover. Well, as you can see, Boggs Track has more like a Leave It to Beaver kitchen. They're all very dated and are in need of completely new upgrades, commercial grade appliances, durable surfaces. They're the workhorses of the community centers, and we plan to address all 8 of them in project year number 2. I have just a handful of pictures to demonstrate some of the conditions. This first picture here is at Boggs Track. You can see very dingy walls, old flooring, just an overall need for paint and updating. This picture of Garden Acres also shows need of paint, new flooring, new lighting. This is a picture in the Kennedy Center Community Lab. As you can see, the same thing, in need of paint, flooring, lighting, new ceiling tiles. Larch Clover, I showed this picture to show the lack of storage space. That's prevalent in all of them. And as you look at the list, that's your Exhibit A, new storage solutions are common for all 8. Garden Acres, you can see some of the kind of old rough ping pong table. You'll see a lot of in the equipment list that HSA is going to be purchasing all of that equipment during this fiscal year with that $954,000. A lot of that's for recreational equipment. Here's a picture inside Lodi, also showing lack of storage space. And at Taft, again, we see the need for new flooring, paint, and a general refresh. Okay, so here's our plan. Working with HSA, GSD compiled a list of projects for presentation to your board. That's depicted in Exhibit A. That list is divided into 3 categories. We have equipment purchases, facility repairs, and facility upgrades. Within the 3 categories, we further defined the projects as either high, medium, or low priority. The full list of projects and purchases, as I mentioned, is depicted in Exhibit A before you. In development of our timeline, we placed all of the equipment purchases in this fiscal year, along with the highest priority repairs. High priority repairs include HVAC replacement at all 8 of the community centers. Since they act as cooling centers, we felt that that was one of the highest priorities, and they're all in need of replacement. Replacement of 3 roofs, the ones that are in most need, those are, I believe, Boggs Tract Annex, I'm operating off of my memory now, Garden Acres, and I believe Taft. The $2.6 million in appropriations for this year is divided between HSA and GSD, with HSA receiving $954,000 for the equipment and the remaining $1.7 in facilities management budget for the repairs I just mentioned. Additionally, Supervisor Rickman, we're going to also remove that old First 5 equipment out at Larch Clover, and because that kind of unsafe playground equipment in that. That's included in year 1 as well. For year 2, which is 23-24, of course, we included the remainder of the repairs, the medium and low priority, and our higher priority upgrades. Those include the 3 additional roof replacements, kitchen remodels, flooring replacements, walkway, and parking lot repairs. In year 3, 24-25, we include all of the medium and some low priority upgrades, including bathroom remodels and interior painting projects. And finally, in year 4, we'll finish up with the lower priority upgrades. ARPA funds must be obligated by December 31st, 2024. So approval of the recommended board action before you today will obligate those funds. The funds must be fully expended by December 31st, 2026. Our timeline concludes on June 30th, 2026, thus providing us with a 6-month contingency period to fully expend the funds. That concludes my presentation, and Marcia Cunningham and I believe Chris Woods and myself are available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. And
Yes.
I enjoyed. walking through the facility a few weeks ago, and actually just last week, Judy and my staff, we were out there checking the parks out. So it's awesome to see this brought back. I know I've been pushing for it very hard since I got on the board. As you can see, people that are watching, you can see that some of the pictures are just so outdated. And one of my questions I had, I know Judy and I, when we were out there at Large Clover last week, I believe it was, one of the things that we talked about was, the parking. I just want to know if it's implemented in this. One of the problems that we had, we were looking at the basketball court, and whether we can resurface it, because it's all cracked, and and come to find out we can't, because that's overflow parking. So we have overflow parking on our basketball court. Go figure. But one of the things that we did discuss, and she, had a great idea, to the west of the facility where the grass is and the trees, of making that overflow parking and putting that dumpster that's out in front, which is prone to illegal dumping, and move that, behind that parking lot.
Right.
Could that be configured into this funding?
This funding is specifically to the community centers
Right.
themselves.
But wouldn't that be part of the community center, the
that
parking
would be
lot?
That'd be a parks project, I believe, or the parking lot, because it's the basketball hoop, I guess the basketball.
Well,
Actually, on the west side of the building, actually, it would be creating that parking lot, and also what it would do would allow deliveries to be taken into Large Clover, because one of the things that I know they had discussed was removing 2 windows and making a bay door. That would be one of their priority items, so they can take on deliveries. So it would be on the west side. And the basketball court definitely would be ours, the park section, but because they use the basketball court as overflow parking, there is a need for additional parking at that location, so we can't make the repairs to the basketball court until we find an immediate need for their overflow parking.
So my question was, would that be, I'd imagine that would be the part of the building now, the parking, and all we would need to do.
The parking would be included in this plan. I was just quickly looking, it's quite extensive list.
Right, I don't think it would be in there, because we just discussed it, right?
I'm not exactly sure with the community center, because I did discuss those items with the community center itself, okay. So I don't know if they passed on the exact same recommendations to staff when they were there. He may or he may have not.
Yeah, HSA may have. So I will take a quick look. I do see for Large Clover, walkway and parking lot repairs.
I think those were just
I think those are just in general. I don't think that's specific, but
is that something that we could add on?
We most likely could, because we're going to be coming back annually and giving you an update of what we've accomplished, and then ask for additional appropriation for the subsequent years. So yes, there's plenty of time to add and change the list. We're only asking for appropriation. We're asking for a commitment of the entire $6.4 million in ARPA funds for the entire 4 years, and we're asking for the appropriations for the projects that we feel we can accomplish in 22, 23. I'll definitely take a look and see if that's something we can add to the 23, 24.
All right, and then just the equipment, we talked when we took our tour, and some of the stuff that we, chairs, table, and that gets us, we go for all of them, and, bingo equipment, bingo board, lighting, and so on. Where does that fall in? Is that 22, 23?
That is 20. Every bit of the equipment, $954,000 to be appropriated in HSA's budget, their Aging and Community Services budget, with a plan to accomplish all of those purchases during 22.
But what about the installation of those?
Installation, anything that needs installation would happen also in 22.
22, 23, so we would the purchase, okay.
Yes.
And the kitchen, so the time frame on this is what you guys are capable of, I'm taking, right? With the resources that we have at our disposal.
Exactly. It's within the time frame that we have to spend the ARPA funds, the 4 years. capacity of facilities management, which your board did give us additional staffing resources in 22-23, but as you know, it takes a little while to get those new positions hired and up to speed. So we prioritized high, low, and medium priority, and we also designated repairs as needing to happen before upgrades.
Okay. Well, no, I see it, and I just want to get it done.
I know. The designer in me would love to do those kitchens this year, but
no, exactly.
In all practicality, I think we'll be able to accomplish that next year.
No, I'm very excited. So thank you, all of you, cutting in back there, Judy and Connie, for what you guys have done. We've moved pretty quick compared to. I mean, hey, you look at our facility in Tracy. I think I was born in '73, so I think it was like in '74. So time does move slow, I guess, but it's better now. Late than never, and it wouldn't be possible without, your guys' effort, you coming out to the facility and taking a look for yourself, and I really, really appreciate that. And I can tell you, in South County, the community, and, I post a lot of stuff on social media, and, when we posted, for the budget, the allocation of funds and what we were going to do and so on, people went ballistic in a good way, saying, hey, we need this for years. So the community is recognizing that need and are excited to see, these facilities are updated, because I believe that more people will use it. I mean, when we redid Tracy's, the Holly Hansen Center, and refurbished that and did some retrofitting and so on. I mean, the seniors love it. We have more seniors there now than we had in the past. And, this is what these facilities are for. So I just want to say thank you, to all of you, to your staff, for making this, a reality. And also, and I talked to Supervisor Villapudua, and he said, if you guys can't go any quicker, he has his own barbecue. If you see him on social media, he will cook for you. He promised me. So, again, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I know my community appreciates it.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward. I think as we've seen, our community centers were really provided a lifeline to a lot of our disadvantaged communities during COVID, communities that were particularly hard hit and are still really struggling to recover. I mean, we heard earlier today from a lot of children's groups how important it is to start bringing communities back together, not just to improve mental health and feelings of dislocation, but also to help deliver critical services, to let them know where services are available. And for a lot of our neighborhoods, they're available at the community center. So I think it's especially appropriate to be using ARPA funds for this. I think this is wrapped up and tied into COVID in just about every way. And I think I agree with Supervisor Rickman. When these improvements are done, I think the community centers will be used far more often, and I think they will be used in a much more extensive way, both for our young residents and our older residents. So I appreciate seeing this. I think we all wish it could be done like immediately, but I appreciate having a sensible plan with highest priorities identified. We'll work through this methodically. And so I support both committing the $6.3 million as well as the two appropriations that are being requested.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Question for you. In your estimations, I mean, oftentimes you start to move things and remove appliances, and there's rot, and there's pull flooring, and you find things that's like, oh my gosh, I didn't know we had termites. And do you have a 10 or 20% contingency for each of the projects as currently budgeted?
20%. And to be quite frank,
See how smart you guys are. I love it.
to be quite honest, the 60 days was a little bit of a challenge, but
No, you did it. See, you got it done. I love it.
But the 60 days didn't allow us to get very pinpoint estimates. But I have to give kudos to my facilities management team. They really know their stuff, and they were able to come up with ballpark estimates, and then for that very reason, the 20% contingency on top across the board in order to make sure that we do all of the work and do all of it appropriately. We don't want to have this list of 270 some items and then have to come back to you and say we only had enough money for 150. That's not my goal. I want to deliver all of it. And so that's why the 20% contingency.
Excellent. I know we have a watchful eye of the CAO's office, so that'll serve us well. So then moving forward in the next 60 days for the veteran centers, what could we do? What could you bring back? What's that outreach look like? Because as bad as some of these pictures were, and these are older buildings, we've got some of our veterans that are most of them are very senior in age, and they've got some antiquated facilities and things that aren't even up to current code and such. So what would be that outreach, and what's that look like with getting that forward, and if same availability of funds perhaps through the ARPA dollars? I don't know, but I'm just asking if it's possible.
In consultation with the county administrator's office, the determination was made, since those are not county-owned or operated facilities, as you know, that keeping within our regular cadence of providing funding to outside entities, that rather than just having those veterans halls be in the mix with everyone else, that the CAO's office has committed to proactive outreach to them and assisting them with putting together their proposals for county dollars in the normal NCO process that falls at the very end of the budget hearings for 23-24.
Got it. So they would not qualify for any use of the ARPA dollars.
I'm not saying that they don't qualify for use of the ARPA dollars. The ARPA dollars are administered by the county administrator's office. Obviously, we consulted when we had the board directive. We initially consulted with the county administrator's office right from the get-go to make sure that ARPA dollars were available for what we could do in the community centers.
Understood. So then through the chair, CAO Wilverdeen, do we have any flexibility or utilization of the ARPA dollars as it might relate to the veterans' locations, facilities, their halls?
Supervisor Patty, through the chair, I would have to look into that. I don't have an answer for you.
Okay. Just seeing before that, the dollars have to be utilized before they expire and such. So if there is a utilization, but I'd ask that we can bring that back to the board before the 22-23 budget, which is 10 months away or so, just in case there's a clock factor with ARPA dollars and utilization, because just like these community centers, these are their community centers, and they're also neglected and quite worn down. So if we have options as a board, I think rest of us would like to understand to see what we could do.
And something I would like to, since we're talking about ARPA dollars and expanding use, and we heard other requests which were granted earlier today with the children and youth, we have a $74 million allocation that we got back in May that we are planning to bring to the board probably in another month, month and a half, and we're whittling through those dollars rapidly. And what I'm also recommending that we do is, since these dollars do not need to be committed until 2024, we don't have our backs to the wall. And I want to make sure that we hold some in reserve so that if we find a wonderful use in late 2023, that we're not out of money because we've committed all the dollars. So this is just for the board's awareness in general, that as we make these one-off requests for ARPA funds, that we are chiseling away at our $74 million. And it sounds like a lot, but it won't be.
Right.
That's all.
Understood. And I think I'm sure you'd agree, knowing our veterans, if they've got antiquated facilities and they're in need of whether it be air conditioning systems or upgrades to their operation, I think we would all agree that we would want to help our veterans, and that could be quite possibly good use, if permissible, with ARPA dollars. But excellent job, everybody. Fantastic to bring this in. And I love 60 days. You got it. You did step right up, brought it in, and we're within the parameters of what we think is going to be utilized. So thank you. Really great job.
I have to tell you, HSA had staff, Sam Case and I believe Elise Vigil and some of their team were literally out there at the community centers the next day taking a look.
Any other questions? Any public comment? No, not seeing any. All right. Need a motion and a second.
I would
I'll make a
move to
motion.
approve as presented.
I'll second.
Okay. And it's adopted 5-0.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to recess the Board of Supervisors meeting, announce the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District to order. And this is for a consent item, correct, Rochelle? Which is approval to forego share of proceeds from the sale of property in Manteca, which Mr. Wolverding has already presented. So we already know the subject matter. So first of all, if there's no public comment, which obviously there's not.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Chair Wynn?
Yes.
Can I just make one comment? I want to refer this to County Council, but as you may recall, I had to read into the record the second item in the recommendation, and I think that would also apply to this particular item as well. Is that an accurate assessment, Mr. Miles?
I believe that change was already made on their item.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, it's not on my copy. I just wanted to be cautious.
Yes, it's already made on there.
Okay, thank you. Never mind.
Okay. All right. We have a motion. Second.
Do we need to take public comments? No?
We already asked that.
Okay, got it. Missed it. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, who was the mover?
I was.
I second it.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was reversed. Supervisor Rickman made the motion and I seconded. Is that correct?
Play back the tape.
Yes. Yeah.
We're going to go with that. Thank you.
He made that one.
And adopted 5-0. All right. Get on to comments, supervisors, committee reports. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Reconvene Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Mr. Miles. Okay, I have Supervisor Miller, have you up. Go ahead.
I just wanted to report to the board on behalf of the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency. The board met last week. It was a big week for flood control in our county. Formalized receipt of the additional $18 million from the Department of Water Resources to complete the Smith Canal Gate project. Many thanks are owed to Senator Eggman, who basically went in and made the pitch to the director of DWR, who then supported this additional appropriation for us. And so the project will be, is on track to be completed. And in addition to that, we received additional federal dollars and a commitment from the Army Corps of Engineers for our Lower San Joaquin River Feasibility Study Phase 2, which is from the Mosdale Tract, Stockton southward. This is incredibly important to our county. It protects all of the county's major infrastructure. It will protect our major evacuation route in this county, which is I-5. And it is both of these things are a really effective example of how important perseverance is by elected officials and local government to continue advocating strenuously for these projects. They take so long to get approval and then to get funding cobbled together that it's incredibly important to be able to, as elected officials leave and new elected officials come in, to make sure that they're properly briefed and they understand the importance of these projects so that they can continue advocating for them. Supervisor Wynn and I have followed in the footsteps of Supervisors Vogel and Roostaller on these specific projects, and we're finally we're getting there. And a lot of folks in this county, when we had to split the Lower San Joaquin feasibility study, felt that the South County was being abandoned. And because of the work of our county staff, we were able to convince them, no, that was not the case. We are still going to advocate for you, and we are going to continue with this project. And the results are plain to see now at this point. So I want to really congratulate all of our staff here at the county. It's been incredible leadership from our water team over the years, our legal team over the years. The county's really been integral to this. And so I want to thank everybody. As Supervisor Wynn and I prepare to term out, I feel really confident that this county, because of the caliber of county staff, especially on water, we are really leaving San Joaquin County in good hands here with our staff. So thank you. That's my report.
Okay. Villalpudua. Vice Chair Ridwan.
Thank you, Chair. Just two quick things. CAO, you mentioned ARPA funds. One thing that we discussed, I know you received some letters from it was public safety equipment wise. So we're seeing like the children folks coming over here today asking for funding. And so this stuff's supposed to come back in September? Because if not, then I'll just put it on an agendized item and we can discuss it then. So the ARPA funds, the funding, are we having a list of projects or something that's coming up in September?
Yeah, we had Supervisor Workman, we had gotten together, well, we started with the Beacon Economics assessment that was done last October, and then as you probably recall, we met with each one of the supervisors to compile a priority list, and then we had our, oh gosh, what was his name? Godby Research do the outreach, and we're working off of those three sources of input. But what I was mentioning in my comments a few minutes earlier is that list is being impacted every time we commit additional funding out of that ARPA tranche, because we are working off of that $74 million that we have. And yes, it is our intent to bring that to the board in September, probably at the second meeting.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure, because yeah, we are using funds, and I wasn't sure if, hey, I'll bring an agendized item up and discuss it, but if it's coming back to September, so be it.
Yep.
Thank you. And lastly, I have a lot more. We were very busy in 5th District, but I know we haven't ate lunch and Gail chomping at the bit over here. But just to let everybody know, on this Thursday, the 25th, we're going to be having the McKinley Interchange project groundbreaking, which is, in Manteca, and, working in Council of Governments that we've all been involved here, everybody up here, and all the cities, and it's just a combination of hard work and determination and using, Measure K funds that the taxpayers of this county has approved for infrastructure. So if you are available, please come out and check it out and see what your tax dollars are doing and what your elected officials are doing and pushing for infrastructure here in San Joaquin County. So with that being said, thank you, Chair, for your patience.
Supervisor Patty.
Shockingly, I have nothing more to say. Thank you.
Are you sure?
Just to add on to Supervisor Miller's comments. There was also at the Water Advisory Commission and SJAFCA a discussion in regards to the potential for flood, certainly in San Joaquin County. And one of the interesting facets of that discussion was that part of the solution would be to increase the capacity of our reservoirs, going all the way from to the north to the south. So I know. Just anyway, Mr. Miles.
Board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There are no announcements expected coming out of closed session.
Okay, so we're adjourned till September 13th.
you